All right. Hey, folks. So, as you can see by the fact that I'm logged into WoW Classic and the fact that you clicked on a video titled something related to WoW Classic leveling, that's what I'm going to be doing today. So, I'm not leveling a character from scratch, obviously, as the title implies. I'm leveling an existing warrior I had. This was my very first ever WoW Classic character. It's not what I've mostly been playing in Wrath, because so far I've been playing my Paladin a decent amount. I am my paladin at 80. I did all of Ulduar normal, or at least I think I joined a guild that was doing Yogg, and I technically never finished Yogg just because time constraints, right? Unfortunately, Ulduar came out right around the same time that, Dragonflight was in full swing. So I'm kind of hoping that I get a chance over the next few weeks to go back and actually get Ulduar done and work on it on my paladin, but we'll see. I mean, now season two's out, and I've been really busy with a lot of that stuff. Can you still? Yeah, you can still just take the portal. I guess they never took that out. All right. Yeah, so I'm just going to be doing some warrior leveling today. I have nothing really set in stone for how I want to level or like how far I want to go. Do I have names turned off? Yeah, what's wrong with my nameplates? See, I thought I got everything set up. And I was like, all right, I have all my names set up. Why? Yeah, I have always show nameplates, but then NPCs friendly. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, why? NPC names? Yeah, why is that not checked? I usually have that checked. I think that's it. I think that's all I meant to have checked that I didn't. So I thought I got everything set up. You can see here I have all my warrior bars set up for every single stance. I got that all worked out. I am going to be leveling in Prot, so I have my talent build to quickly run through it. I got this off Wowhead, right? So it's not like I did anything special. But in case you're curious, this is what I'll be running. And I have some points in Fury. I'm also I had like mostly like Wrath or not Wrath, like TBC leveling gear from Outland stuff because I did level this character up like normally. This isn't a boosted character, right? So I have all the stuff I got back in TBC Classic, but I was missing weapons because my only prot weapons were really old. So I bought stuff off the auction house. Unfortunately, I saw this dagger and I'm like, oh, it has strength, it has decent stats. Sure, it was like 5 gold, right? So I bought this and then I was about to get started recording, and then I realized I don't have any dagger skill. So I thought about, buying an axe, right? Because I'm an orc, I'm supposed to be using axes. But then I just kind of thought, why not? Fuck it. Like, two birds, one stone, right? I get to level up daggers while doing this recording thing. It's probably the least serious environment you could get for stuff anyway. So I figure I'll just do this. It, like I said, not going to be super serious. I've had a lot of people ask me to do classic leveling stuff before, and a lot of people, because I do retail speedruns, they're like, oh, I want to see you do a classic speedrun. And I've never been like fully opposed to the idea of maybe at some point in the distant future trying classic speedrunning. But a lot of people think I'm just going to do it, right? Like, oh, well, if you speedrun or if you level in Wrath Classic, surely you're going to do a speedrun. And it's like, no, that stuff takes time, right? Like, I didn't just wake up and start speedrunning retail. And to a certain degree, I don't know if I would say retail speedrunning is easier. It's less of a time investment. So in that regard, it is definitely easier because retail speedrunning, if I want to get a run done, I only need like 5 hours to set aside, do the run, and then I'm good to go. So that definitely does make it much easier because it's way less of a time investment. Even I think Wrath Classic speedruns would probably be like close to a day long. So that would be a lot of time, a lot of investment there. But also, before I even started doing like retail speedrunning, right? Like there was plenty of work that went into like the routing and figuring that stuff out, and I did a shit ton of test runs. I've been playing the game for a very, very, very long time. And while I kind of know like Wrath and TBC routing a little bit in terms of like I know the questing, I know generally what's efficient. It is a lot different in Classic, even for the stuff that I know. And then obviously, I did play Wrath, or not Wrath. I did play like Classic in general or Vanilla back in the day, but I was like 5 years old, man. Like, I was really young. So I really don't remember the classic quests pretty much outside of when I actually played classic. Like, my extent of knowledge for those quests is pretty much within the last few years doing this within classic itself. So you have like the difference between me leveling like 2 or 3 characters over the course of classic's lifespan versus me leveling probably over 100 characters in retail over the course of its lifespan. And when you consider that like Kata Revamp and WAD are the two most popular, I wouldn't say popular, it is, but the two most efficient sets of expansions, and those are ones that I had a ton of experience because I leveled a ton of characters like back in Kata and Mop. I leveled a million characters back in WAD, so I know those zones like the back of my hand, like it's not even close. At that point, yeah, it makes it much easier, or it made it much easier to get into speedrunning in the first place because I already had a lot of existing knowledge. I think we should just start doing some quests. I wanted to make sure I picked up everything, but I think at this point I can just start killing stuff with the dagger that I have 0 skill points in, so that should be fun. Also, do I have a flying mount? Technically, I mean, I need to unlock cold weather flying before I can even use it regardless. How do I check mounts again? I know they changed it. Oh god. I'm gonna look like such a fucking boomer trying to figure out where my mounts are in Classic. Is it under pets? Yes, okay. Oh yeah, I have the Kalawek Whalebone Glider. Yeah. Okay. So I'll start doing shit. But yeah, I mean, as fun as I think that could be, eventually, learning how to speedrun WoW Classic. When I play WoW Classic, this is like my relaxation type of thing. Like I think everybody thinks to a certain degree that like, oh, whenever I level in anything, even in WoW, like I'm always doing speedrun stuff. And it's like even in retail WoW, I'm not always 100% of the time doing speedruns, right? Like every once in a while, if I want to level a character for testing purposes, I will do it slowly over the course of like 6 hours while watching Netflix on my second monitor or something like that. It is definitely not the type of thing, speedrunning, that I want to be doing 100% of the time. It's fun, and, every now and then doing a run like that and posting it on YouTube and stuff like that, it's cool and all. But especially that's the thing. If I'm going to do one, it's probably going to be a YouTube run. So if I'm putting in all of that effort to set up a speedrun and get that stuff done, right, I'm not just going to be doing that in my own free time just for shits and giggles. I don't know. It's a different experience, right? Uh, Leveling casually and oh god, I'm taking a lot of damage actually. It helps, or I rather it doesn't help that most of my abilities are getting missed because of the dagger. But I'm getting some chip damage in there. Can I execute? Okay, let me drink a potion. That'll maybe help a little bit, and then I should probably bandage and eat after this. I'm getting a decent amount of skill, though, up to 72, but we still have a long way to go. Alright, so I have a decent amount of stories to talk about. I don't have like a million. Oh, I should also probably, yeah, I need to refresh Battle Shout, right? That's something you got to do as a warrior. Always forget that I have to do that every 4 minutes. So, yeah. But yeah, I have a decent amount of stories. Obviously, most people like watching these because of the stories, because the like entertainment aspect of it. And a lot of times the problem is when I record too many speedruns back to back, I don't really have anything to talk about. Because if I do one speedrun, I usually get through all of my stories for the past month or so. And then, if I do one immediately after, then it's like, what am I going to discuss now? But a decent amount has happened. What was the last speedrun I did? I think the last speedrun I did was probably my Alliance 10 to 70 world record, which has actually done decently well over the last few months. I guess on a quick note, because I've talked about this on my Discord, because a few people have asked, but I figure I'll say it here, because, I'm sure a lot of people like watching the leveling stuff, even though this is classic, so maybe it'll appeal to a slightly different audience. I'm pretty sure all of the regular viewers who like watching my retail runs too will be watching this. So just as a heads up, because I've seen it asked a lot, I'm not going to be doing any speed runs per se during the Diablo 4 like XP event, which if you haven't heard, it starts on, obviously it's not available in Classic, but I'm just using the calendar. I believe it starts on the 14th. 13th maybe. It's like one of these days. It's like the middle of the week at some point. I think it starts on like a Thursday. But it's around here is when the retail XP buff starts. And a lot of people have said like they are expecting me to do a retail leveling run and go for like a really fast time. And I don't know, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really care. Like I don't know, some people only care about like the speed runs because it's like, smaller number equals better speed run. And I don't know. I don't really think that's the case, right? Because it's like you could take my current world record, and if I had like, I don't know, 50% more experience during it, the cool execution of it would be the same and stuff like that. And all the tricks I pulled off would still be completely identical because fundamentally nothing has changed. It's just in one I would have 50% more experience, and the other I would have 50% less experience. So the viewing experience would be fundamentally exactly the same. I would not be doing anything different whatsoever. So from a my enjoyment perspective of like figuring out new routing, which I've said before is the main reason I enjoy speedrunning, it's learning the route, trying to figure out what's fastest, right, and which stuff is efficient and whatnot, and whether there's any tricks and optimization I can do. None of that would change. It would just be that I get to spend slightly more time in the efficient quests, and I get to ignore some of the inefficient quests. So personally, I really don't get it. And I know some people do really just like seeing, a faster run. I'm getting a lot of misses. Overpower will always hit, right? Yeah, so I think I have to rely on that a little bit more heavily. I should also probably be using all my Fisherman's Feasts because I want to make sure I save the Roasted Cleft Hoof because it actually gives like a decent buff, 20 strength. But I don't want to overwrite my existing food buff, so I'll cancel that a bit early. But yeah, so all that to say, I'm not going to be doing like a Diablo 4 XP events speed run. Now, that doesn't mean I won't be doing leveling runs. So I'll say it here too. I'm going to be returning to streaming at some point around the time when the Diablo 4 thing comes out. I don't want to say like on the day that the XP buff comes out because like on that exact day I might be busy, right? Like I forget when it is exactly, but I think it might be on one of my raid days, right? And I'm not going to stream a speed run on, one of my raid days, or not a speed run, a leveling run, anything, right? I have shit to do generally on those days, but around then, probably on the weekend right after the XP buff drops, I will do a stream, and I'll probably stream semi-regularly over the weeks after that. And whether I continue streaming in the future, I think kind of depends on, the performance of those streams, like whether people are returning and enjoying it and stuff like that, and honestly, my mood, whether I'm enjoying it, whether I'm having fun during those streams. Because I initially was hoping to get back into the swing of like a regular streaming schedule at the start of Dragonflight. And for anyone who came to those streams, you'll know I ran into a lot of technical difficulties, and it was really, really frustrating because, like, obviously nobody likes to have to try and diagnose technical difficulties while they're trying to play, and much less while they're trying to stream. But also, it's like while you're already running into all of these problems while you're trying to do something that's like a little bit more intensive, and then you like look over and it's like within the last 30 seconds you've lost 100 viewers just because obviously people don't want to sit there and watch you fix technical issues. That was extremely demoralizing. And it was like I had that happen like 3 streams in a row where World of Warcraft just wasn't playing well, and it kept giving me issues. I kept having memory leaks. And on one hand, I've consistently managed to figure out what is causing the memory leaks. On the other hand, I have not managed to fix it, and as far as I know, there is no fix. Dragonflight is just the worst optimized World of Warcraft expansion ever. I have never, ever, ever ran into this many performance issues, and by the looks of it, by checking on the forums, it seems other people are having the exact same problems that I am. So this isn't like a Harolden's computer sucks. I've had a lot of comments basically from people who seem to think that they're like armchair computer experts and stuff, and that I'm like a complete fucking moron who doesn't know how to diagnose computer issues. And it's like, look, I'm not an expert when it comes to computer stuff. Like, I know basic stuff, obviously, having used a computer for most of my life, right? But I know enough to go through all of the regular, like, diagnosis steps and eventually come to the conclusion that, yeah, shit's fucked. It's not on my end. There's absolutely nothing I can do. It's just fucked. And that is kind of the conclusion that I've come to after a lot of trial and error with different fixes, and also, oh, hey, all right. Oh, shit. Didn't mean to hit cancel. Cool little recipe. Neat. But yeah, I've seen a lot of forum posts from a lot of different people who are running into the exact same issue that I am. I've seen reports of tons of different types of computers, and I don't have a bad computer, right? I don't have like a fancy computer, so I don't have like one of those ridiculously decked out like gaming PCs that some people have. I play on a laptop, right? Like, I don't have the fanciest setup in the world, but it's also not a bad setup. Like, I can comfortably, like, in Raid, get, like, no frame rate issues whatsoever with, like, I wouldn't say high graphic settings, but, like, above average graphic settings. Like, my computer is fine. It is not like, oh, it's just dying. It is specifically, I found the issue is Valdrakken. It sometimes happens in other outdoor dragonflight zones, and usually during, like, cutscenes. For whatever reason, certain cutscenes will cause memory leaks, but specifically Valdrakken, for whatever reason, will just cause my computer to start melting. And I have to fully restart World of Warcraft to get the memory leak to stop, and to get my computer to stop running, like, terribly. So, I don't know what it is about Valdrakken or Dragonflight in general, but it's really bad, man. And the problem with that is it also means that I would have a hard time streaming anything really Dragonflight related. Like, if I wanted to stream Mythic Plus or raids, I maybe could, but I don't know. I would have to restart my game a few times, and it wouldn't be the end of the world now that I know what causes it, right? So the problem before would be when I didn't know what was causing the memory leak, there would be times where I'd be talking to myself for like 2 minutes before, like, I would glance at chat and be like, oh, it's fucked. And then I would have to restart, and then it's just like, ah, shit. Because, like, I would look at chat, I would answer a question, and then I'd be answering that question, and then I glance at chat, and then I'm like, oh, fuck. Like, it's been doing it again. So now at least that I know it's Valdrakken, it's a very consistent, like, oh, I pass through Valdrakken before the memory leak even starts. The moment I'm out of Valdrakken, close the game, reopen the game, and I'm good to go. And that's what I've been doing, even when I'm not recording, for the entirety of Dragonflight so far. And it's like, it's tedious, but it does get the job done. It does fix the problem. Can I? Oh, nope. All of those abilities. Oh my god, everything's still missing. What skill do I need? Because it's 350. So I still have about 40 weapon skill points left to go before I can start reliably hitting. I'm at least, like, mostly hitting my abilities now, but obviously, like, I'm doing very little damage because I think there's... Is it still glancing blows? Is that what it's called? Like, even when my abilities hit, they don't do much. So we're going at, like, a snail's pace right now, I'm aware, but I figure I can level up dagger skill while I'm at it. And once we get going, we'll actually really get going. And in case you couldn't tell by the runtime of this video, it will be at least decently long. I'm planning for at least like 2-ish hours. This obviously isn't going to be the entire way up to 80 because, you know, I'm not insane, right? And also, once again, not a speedrun. It's just me casually leveling and talking. I don't really know how much of the leveling process I'm going to show. I'll probably kind of play it by ear. I'll definitely be leveling this character on and off, and I won't be recording every little bit of it, but I think maybe this is the kind of thing that if I continue streaming past some of the other stuff, which I guess I should mention, since I said I'm not doing speedruns, and since I said I'm not going to be doing, like, a ton of Dragonflight leveling because of those issues, what I will be doing is a lot of 10 to 60 leveling, casual 10 to 60 leveling, but, like, obviously, even now, my casual 10 to 60 leveling in retail is still, like, kind of speedrun-esque. I think I've kind of showed that even in, like, the fresh account run. Like, I still level decently fast, even in bad zones with a character I've never played on a fresh account with no heirlooms. So, obviously, if I'm playing, like, with heirlooms and stuff like that, even casually, it's still relatively fast. Let me drag this guy down. Oh, fuck, whatever. But my current plan for what I'll be doing on stream, so you have something to look forward to, I guess, is I will be leveling a lot of different classes that I haven't played. So, like, Shadow Priest is probably going to be the first stream, because I know that's something a lot of people asked for. It was initially going to be, I think, yeah, initially it was what I was going to do for the classic, or not the classic. I lost my train of thought suddenly. Yeah, so Shadow Priest was initially what I was going to do for the fresh account leveling thing. That's what I was looking for. And I had never leveled a Shadow Priest before, or at least I don't think I've leveled one since WoD, right? So it's been a very long time since I played Shadow Priest, and I think when I leveled my Shadow Priest, it was like half being boosted by my friends back in WoD. So never really played it. And it's getting a rework, or it got a rework, so I was going to play it on the PTR before the rework actually happens, but because it was still like up in the air as to like what the leveling build would be and how it would play, I kind of figured I would wait until after the rework and let that go through and then do a Shadow Priest run after, because a lot of my friends were telling me that it was actually going to be really good for leveling with the new stuff that's currently now like on live. So I kind of figured, okay, I'll do a Shadow Priest run in 10.1 once they get all their fancy new stuff, and then I can see, is it as bad as it used to be? Because Shadow Priest used to be one of the worst, if not the worst, probably not the worst, but one of the worst leveling specs in the game. And eventually, something that has been very highly requested by a lot of different viewers is a leveling spec tier list. Basically, what are the best leveling specs, what are the worst ones, etc. And I've said before, I can kind of throw one together, and like on my Discord, some people have asked me, where would you rate like X spec? And I'll usually answer, offhand. If it's like an unofficial answer, like on my Discord server, I've given answers to people on like generally where I would rank every spec. But that's the kind of thing where if it's like a casual discussion, I know how every single spec performs. But my standards for like tier lists and stuff like that for a published video is usually pretty high. So even for instance, like my I did like a for fun ranking every season 2 Mythic Plus dungeon tier list a few days ago. And that one, even though it was like relatively like not super serious, it was obviously just my opinion on what I think is like easiest and hardest, and not everybody completely agreed with me. I still at least waited until I had cleared every dungeon on a plus 20, and the only dungeon I hadn't gotten my portal for, which I got like literally hours after publishing it with some people in my guild, was Neltharis. I had barely missed the timer on multiple plus 20 Neltharises, and I knew that I was going to get it later today because I knew my friends had like a plus 20 key, which right after posting that video, we grouped up and we smashed. So it wasn't too bad, and I knew enough about Neltharis to like sufficiently rate it. But like, I wasn't even willing to do that tier list video until I had like actually done every dungeon on like a, in my opinion, sufficient difficulty to say like whether it's easy or hard. Because if you look into the comments of that video where I said Uldaman is one of the harder dungeons this season, and I got a lot of comments from people saying, oh, I never have trouble with Uldaman. And it's like, some people are just running groups with like lots of dwarves, right? Because yes, it's easy if you have lots of bleed removal and stuff. But there's a lot of people, I guarantee you, who are doing it on like plus 15s and saying, Uldaman's not hard. And that's because a lot of the mechanics in Uldaman aren't difficult, but then when you start getting to high keys, the way it's tuned is it just kind of one-shots you, right? Like Sentinel Talondros just one-shots you. A lot of the trash just one-shots you. So it's like, yeah, it's not hard for an average player, right? But if you're actually trying to push the dungeon, which I think is like, it's fair to rate it on, Blizzard has said before that they balance around plus 20s, and that's the extent of their balancing. So if one dungeon feels very easy at a plus 20 level, and another dungeon feels wildly unfair at a plus 20 level, I think it's important to understand that and include that in your ranking. So all that to say, I am very picky with the way that I rank stuff and do tier lists like that. So I would want to make sure that I've at the very least done a full leveling run with every single spec before I actually do a tier list like that. Because I want it to be accurate, right? I don't want to be put in a position where I say, like, oh, Shadow Priest is D tier. And then a bunch of people are like, actually, Shadow Priest is really good. Have you even tried it? And then I have to be like, no, I actually haven't tried it. And then it would kind of make that entire thing, like, invalid. So that's kind of what I want to get done. I want to get done some of those runs, the testing runs for different specs, because also there are minor leveling changes coming out in 10.1.5. So let's see. Any of these upgrades, it would be this one, because that's the only plate piece. Or there's a cape, but that's caster. 24 strength. Is that worth? I lose a decent amount of strength. Fine. Yeah, it's a pretty big defensive upgrade, and I at least get more crit from it, so yeah, it's not the end of the world. And I think this quest is, Ixthrix's Hardened Corpse. That's the thing where it's like there's the little assault, and then you have to kill the mob, right? So if that's up, it's up, and we do it. If not, it's not the end of the world. What else was I saying? I forgot to refill my water bottle before starting, so at some point I might need to edit this. Who knows? Let's see. Can check something real quick. Just message. All right. So what was I saying? Yeah, I think for streams that's kind of the early plan. First one would be Shadow Priest, and I would probably do a few like live runs like that, just to do those tests that I always said I was going to do, and then eventually I want to pivot into doing 10.1.5 testing, maybe with the buff, maybe without it. It kind of depends on whether or not it's even working on the PTR, because I wouldn't hate doing PTR testing with the buff, because there's nothing changing in terms of like how Chromie time fundamentally works with the new patch. It's specifically now at like level 20, level 30, level 40, you learn routing automatically. So that changes the routing slightly. It's kind of obvious to an extent how that's going to impact things. Like, I don't really need to do a ton of testing to see that, oh, this is going to make things slightly more efficient. But I still want to do like my due diligence, testing all this stuff, myself by hand to make sure that there's nothing unexpected. Like maybe there's some interaction with how the free riding works that isn't how I expected. I need to make sure I actually get footage of that, and then eventually I will do like an update video. What I've kind of liked doing so far with the leveling guides is I had the big release at the start of Dragonflight, and probably nothing much is going to change in terms of like general Chromie time leveling reworks as far as until the end of Dragonflight goes. Like it's probably still going to be very much the same in terms of the routing and stuff like that, but every few patches there's a minor update, like heirloom upgrades that happened this past patch. We had some, maybe not necessarily changes, but I changed the route a little bit after discovering some like dungeon leveling stuff that mildly helped the 10 to 20 process, and a little bit 20 to 30. So I have the main video, the guide that's up to like 600,000 views or whatever at this point, and that'll remain up there. That'll be like the main leveling guide, and then I'll make like little update videos to it. So the goal for after I do all of this testing is an update video for 10 to 60 leveling, kind of like I did with the dungeon leveling versus questing, which one is faster. That was like maybe like I kind of structured the video on its like own little topic, like it was answering the question of which one is faster, but then it served kind of as a mini update to the guide of like, hey, in my original leveling guide I said, never do dungeons other than like very specific situations, but after doing some testing, here are the situations in which it might be worth it to do dungeons, right? So it was kind of like a multi-purpose video, and I'll probably do something similar to that I don't really know how I'll structure that. I already did like a mini update video just going over the changes. I called it like huge Chromie time changes or something like that. I don't want to like overdo it. You know, there's obviously a lot of channels out there who it's like if a developer farts, they'll make like an update video on like developer said what? Question mark, question mark, question mark, and it's like huge update. And I don't like to do that. I find it like kind of, I don't want to say like shady. It's not shady. It's not scummy. There's nothing like bad about doing that. But I just, I don't know. I don't think it's interesting. I don't think it's like the kind of thing that I would want to watch. Like a bunch of little, like kind of filler update videos that are intentionally there to just like get people to click on it, right? I like to do one big consolidated, like these are the things that are going to change, and then once I've done testing, it's like this is how it impacts the routing. Basically, I like to do a lot of my videos on like this is what you actually need to know. Like, yeah, all this stuff changed, but what do you care about? Like, what is the stuff that'll actually impact you in the game, and what's just like filler fluff that you don't need to worry about? And you know, it's just a minor little update maybe for like casual players or brand new players. Like some of the changes to Chromie time won't actually impact 90% of the player base or existing player base because it's like brand new player stuff that you will only get on your first ever playthrough. So maybe I'll make a video covering that, but it's not the type of thing that, you know, most people really need to know about. I guess I'm getting a little bit sidetracked. Point is, I'm going to be doing a lot of testing. I'll be streaming my testing because I figure, you know, either I'm going to be doing all of these runs just while watching Netflix, or I'm going to be doing them and posting them on YouTube. But if it's just a bunch of generic testing runs, I think it'll be more fun to live stream it because for a lot of those things, you know, I'm not going to sit there and try to fill the air and try to think of things to talk about for the entire time. And then I guess lastly, just housekeeping stuff while I'm talking, because we've been talking for about 30 minutes so far, right? As I've done these quests. And I'm just trying to get all the important stuff out of the way. That's one of the nice things about these leveling runs. It's because a lot of my videos are more like guide focused and they're like short, 4 to 8 minutes. Oh, crap. I always forget that I can't just like press one button. I think I need to add /start attack to some of these to solve that issue. Maybe I'll do that later. But yeah, since most of my videos are like short guides, like 4 to 8 minutes or something like that, I don't really get a lot of chances outside of Discord, right? So if you aren't in my Discord already, I post regular updates there, kind of like what I'm doing now. But I know not everybody uses Discord, or most people use Discord, but you know, some people don't like to. I've heard. So I like to at least include updates like this in the longer speedrun videos every now and then. So, you know, any large plans, people know what's going on. And as far as, I guess, other updates. So I've teased my challenge runs a lot. I did the fresh account leveling video. No, that was the latest one that I did, right? Let me check real quick. I think that was the latest actual leveling run that I posted. That was like a month ago, 2 months ago. Yeah, it was a little over a month ago I did the fresh account leveling, so that was the latest one. And during that video, I heavily teased my challenge run format, and I'm still working on that, but obviously with patch 10.1 being like really pushed up, and I don't really think anyone expected it to release early May. I certainly didn't. It kind of blindsided me. I think a lot of people were expecting it to release like late May, and then they'll give it like 2-3 weeks before Diablo 4 or something like that, and they just put it out like a month early when, let's be real, it blatantly was not ready. You know, I've kind of enjoyed Aberys so far, or Aberys, or whatever. People get really offended for whatever reason if I mispronounce, like, fake names. Like, I've been calling one of the bosses in the new raid Ziskarn, and somebody left a comment like, oh my god, you don't actually call it Ziskarn. The Z is silent. It's Skarn. That's his name. And it's like, what? Who fucking cares? It's a fucking made-up name. It's a brand new raid boss. It's like, are you really gonna make a big deal about the fact that I'm calling it Ziskarn instead of Skarn? Because, like, you watch the lore cutscene and you know the correct pronunciation, and oh, how dare I? It's like, fuck off. Like, I don't... tend to be like, you're being too nerdy about the game, but like if you're correcting the way somebody pronounces like a fake made up fantasy name, you're too fucking invested in the game's lore and whatever. Like that's just a little too fucking much for me. What quest is this again? Uh Nirubar Secrets. Is this just one of those like, yeah, just find it, turn it in. Okay. And but yeah, so I've kind of enjoyed the raid, all things considered. Like, it's not perfect. I think some people have said it's too easy, and personally, like, I don't care. Like, I've had to deal with fucking Sepulchre the First Ones and Vault of the Incarnates, and a lot of people say, like, oh, these raids are designed for like high-end raiders, and like I'm not a race to world first raider, obviously, right? But I am like I'm decently high up there. I'm like kind of a little just outside of Hall of Fame, right? It's like top 100 US. I think we got like US 105 right last year, so like not insanely high, not race to world first, but up there, right? Like my guild knows at least for the most part what we're doing. And I don't really think that the raids being difficult appeals to a lot of us. Like, there's like one or two people like on my raid team and a few people who I know in general who have that mentality of like, yes, give me brutally hard raids. I want to like, hate my fucking life. And I don't know. Like there's one person in particular who I obviously won't name, and I like them, I'm friends with them, right? But I've gotten into a few like disagreements with them where they always just like arbitrary difficulty, and they'll always say that like they hate when like fights are nerfed, and they think that like, oh, every fight should be like brutally hard and require like 50 plus pulls, and like why? Like for instance, Rashok. Rashok isn't the hardest fight that Blizzard has ever made, but it's like we killed it already. We got it at, I think we got it in exactly 50 pulls. But like Rashok was about as hard as like, I would compare Rashok to Dathia. It's not as bad as Dathia, because Dathia just had a lot of like really dumb mechanics back in Vault of the Incarnates with like the winds and stuff like that. It just wasn't fun. Rashok, at least, I kind of liked how it worked in theory, but it's such a dumb, annoying boss. Um, like we're kind of lucky that like a lot of our DPS and healers are like really, really fucking good. Like we have some people who just crank out damage, and our healers are ridiculously coordinated and know what they're doing. So we were able to get through Rashok without much of a problem, but I know a lot of guilds that are like really struggling on Rashok, and I really did not enjoy progressing it. Even though, we're done 50 pulls, sure. It's like, it's a boss that we had multiple 5% wipes on. That's just not fun to me. Like, I get that damage matters and that damage needs to be, optimized and stuff like that. And, like, sure. But when one of the only real challenges of a boss is you need to make it to the end with, like, nobody dying, and it's like if one person dies, fuck you, try again. I don't know. Personally, I don't find that fun. Like, I guess I can understand how somebody might find that fun, but like, I always hear the argument of, oh, am I going to end up replacing the thing that I literally just bought? That would be, uh, I probably don't take this mace. I probably continue using this dagger for a little bit longer. And is this bow an upgrade? Yeah, this bow's probably an upgrade. 13 agi. Yeah, but then I would need to buy new ammunition. Yeah, whatever. Probably just gonna have to do that at some point regardless. And then it's that. Yeah, that's the chest piece. And then I can equip this, and then I would need to swap out my bullets. I forget how ammo works. I have the same ammo in this slot, right? So it's not that I have 400 ammunition and 2 of it's equipped here. Where do I buy it? And I have to hand this in. But yeah, I've heard a lot of people saying that they like really difficult like damage check bosses, like Sludge Fist. I wasn't a huge fan of Sludge Fist. A lot of people say it's like their favorite fight ever. And I'm gonna be real, like, probably going to be calling out a lot of people, probably going to be offending a lot of people. I really think that if you say that Sludgefist or Sludgefist, I wouldn't say that. I can kind of understand saying Sludgefist is one of your favorite bosses, because out of the bosses they've done with like damage checks and stuff, Sludgefist is actually like thematically cool. I think it is a neat implementation where you have the pillars and stuff like that. That one I can understand. But whenever people say that, like, the damage check boss is their favorite boss, do I have to, like, right-click this to equip it? Okay, there we go. I'm just like, eh. It's a lot of people liking to EP about, like, oh, I like those bosses because it pushes me to optimize my damage. And it's like, were you just not optimizing your damage already? Because it's like, I don't know about other people, but I am always optimizing my damage. And the reason why I like fights that aren't like patchwork style, sit there and pump out numbers, is because it's harder to optimize damage. Because yeah, it's easy to press your buttons correctly when you're sitting there on a stationary target like Rashok. Rashok, for the most part, is not a very mechanically, I mean, there's waves going out, right? So you have to sidestep, right? So it's more of a bullet hell thing. But as somebody who likes bullet hell shooters, like, I don't really struggle with that a lot. So I struggle more to optimize my damage on like very heavy movement fights. And I like that. Because, a lot of times I say I struggle, right? Not to suck my own dick. Actually, who am I kidding? I am absolutely flexing. I love those fights because I usually get 100 parses easily on those fights because I am really fucking good at doing exactly what I'm describing. Of like on those like really mechanically intensive bosses with all the movement, like perfectly planning out my movement, perfectly like basically structuring my rotation around the mechanics, whereas like other people will just lose a lot of uptime. I'm really fucking good at doing that, and I get like 99, 100 parses easy on those because I know how to do that so much better than a lot of other people. So I like those fights for that reason, the mechanically intensive ones. I also just like them because they're fun. Right? I hate sitting there and it's like the main challenge of the fight is just do a lot of damage or do a lot of healing. I get that it needs to exist. I get you need to have the patchwork style fights, but it's boring. Who likes those? I don't get it. The fun fights are the ones where you have to do that and something else, and there's like a fun gimmick or whatever to test you. Like, a lot of people like Halandris. I agree. I think Halandris is a banger boss. Now, pre-nerf Halandris was bullshit. Post-nerf Halandris, fun fight. Because it still was a little bit punishing if somebody fucked up the bombs, or a lot punishing, right? But it was not as hard to do. And it felt really fun. I liked the way it worked. There's a lot of really cool mechanical bosses like that. I think, yeah, I'm on to the next area. There is the whole little invasion thing. I'll just do this. Why not? Because I get the quest at the end of this. Actually, hopefully I remember to come back in a little bit. And I'm like torn between, do I wait here while I wait for this quest? I'll continue with the story. Hopefully I'll remember to come back around and talk about other stuff. I'm going to be bouncing around. I always do this in these runs, but I don't want to bounce around between topics too much. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to rant for too long about that because I probably ranted about that before. Point being, I like Aberrus. I don't know why some people are like, oh, it's too easy, right? I'm fine. I'm fine with easy in terms of pull count. Like, Rashok is one of the harder bosses there is. Obviously, there's like the controversy with like Ziskarn. I'm going to keep calling him Ziskarn. Fuck you, YouTube commenter. But, my guild barely managed to kill him with the cheese strap before it got nerfed. And we haven't really decided if we're extending or not. Honestly, we're probably going to extend, but we'll see. But it's a whole shit show with the way Blizzard has handled that. I've already posted on my own personal Discord that I'm not happy with how Blizzard handled that. I really, really wish that they did a better job. Because I think it kind of has ruined the raid tier for a lot of people when they do dumb shit like that. But it's, let me go unlock that flight path. And then I can just fly back in time. No, what should I say about that? Yeah, I think mechanically a lot of the bosses are fine. I like Sarkareth, I like Neltharion, and Raszageth was, for instance, a really annoying fight, not because it was difficult, it was just fucking bullshit at points. Like, Razageth was about twice as long as it needed to be. Intermission 1 was arguably the hardest part of the entire fight, and it took place at like the 3-4 minute mark. And it was a 12-minute boss, more like 11-minute boss. But it's like, when you have an 11-minute boss, and the hardest part is like 4 minutes into the fight, that is probably, I would say, the worst it can be. Because you get all the way to the very end, and then you're still wiping to one of the earlier parts of the fight. But it's not like right at the start. Like, if the very beginning of the fight is its hardest part, okay, that's fine, because at least you're getting fast wipes. But Razageth was like the perfect storm of, it wasn't fast wipes, because you still had to get through phase 1, and it was still like 4 minutes every time. But it was also, it felt really bad when you need to progress something at the 10-minute mark, and you're wiping to something at the 4-minute mark, even still. Because Intermission 1 was just fucking dog shit. It was one of the worst phases of a final boss I've ever seen. It wasn't difficult. It was just like, oh, you got a slightly bad bait on Razageth's breath, and one of your DPS died. Well, now you're just gonna die to the insta one-shot mechanic from the damage shield that you aren't able to break in time. And there's just nothing you can do about that. And the fact that, like, for instance, I'm gonna do something fancy here. The fact that the like healing shield, where I never a single pull was on the healing side for Razageth, because I tanked like the damage shield side, so I don't really know 100% what was going on over there, but there were multiple pulls where I could see we had like a sliver of an absorb left on one player, and that's enough to instantly kill the entire raid. Like, that just feels fucking awful. There is no reason why you do the mechanic like 90% correct. In that case, 99% correct. You're barely off on the healing check, right? And is the punishment that, like, the raid takes a lot of damage? Is the punishment that one player dies? No, the punishment is that the entire raid explodes. How is that good design? I really hated Razageth, and it really did feel like our pull count was just kind of arbitrarily inflated. Everyone's pull count was arbitrarily inflated by dogshit design, dogshit mechanics, and just a lot of stuff that generally wasn't very fun. And I did not enjoy doing. So, Sarkareth, from what I've heard, isn't an easy fight. It's not like it's face real easy, but it's 7 minutes, and it's, I don't know, like, I think the damage and healing check is maybe not super high, but I'm fine with that. I've already said, like with Rashok, I don't want like brutally hard damage and healing checks to be like the main thing that prevents you from killing a boss. I want interesting mechanics to be the main thing that prevents you from killing a boss, because that's the kind of thing that like you can get around, that you can like practice and actually like make progress on, and like as an individual, and help your group and figure out like strategies to dealing with that. But a lot of times, if it's just a damage and healing check and you're already like getting a really good like parse or doing everything correctly, there's nothing you can really do to help your raid at that point. It's just a case of waiting for like Joey dipshit to figure his stuff out. And in the case of like my guild, I guess it's both a blessing and a curse, right? Like, on one hand, we don't really have any Joey dipshits who don't know how to do damage. Like I said before, we have some ridiculously good damage healers, and like our healers are cracked. They're really, really, really good. But the problem with that is now I'm in a position where whenever we reach like a point with like a difficult damage and healing check, I'm no longer able to just blame like, oh, this, if only this one person was doing better. I'm just like, how are we supposed to get past this without more gear? And I think like in a lot of those cases, like I remember by the end of Rashok Prog, when we were like 5% off, instinctively I was kind of thinking, wow, all of our damage is really good. Like, how are we supposed to beat this? Because if all of our damage dealers are really strong, like clearly the only way we beat this is with gear. But then, that's the kind of thing where I don't have like as much experience in terms of like this high level, I wouldn't say super high level, but like I used to raid in guilds like over like in the last few years. I would raid in guilds that were like they would get cutting edge, but they wouldn't get it like as early as I'm now getting it in this guild. So that's like my instinct, right? My instinct is, we need to outgear it or to a certain degree, or we need to wait for like players to improve their damage or replace those people. But like my raid leader, for instance, was like, oh well, we just need to be better about like organizing healing CDs. So that people can like play a little bit more like greedily and stuff like that without having to risk dying to mechanics. So then we shifted around healing CDs, and it was amazing how much safer the entire raid felt. Oh yeah, you need to actually loot it off that item. Forgot. It was amazing. Like the next night when we came in there, and we like moved around like my darkness to somewhere else, and we shifted like healing link or spirit link totem. Suddenly everyone felt so much healthier, and that 5%, like, it was still tight. We killed the boss. I think our rep Howley posted on the log that we had like I think 1.3 seconds left until the entire raid would have been one shot. So we were still cutting it close. It's still a brutally tight boss in terms of the damage and healing check, but everyone felt so much safer. Like in the last few seconds, we lost way fewer people just because overall it was like a lot cleaner, and everybody stayed alive and stuff like that, and we were able to squeeze out that like last bit of extra damage. And it all came down to like proper planning and coordination with like healing CDs and stuff like that, which I didn't realize how much of a difference that could make. If you just shift your CDs around ever so slightly, the difference between half the raid dying and only two people dying and everyone else being so much healthier, it's crazy what a difference stuff like that can make. And that's the kind of thing where I'm not as experienced with that, so it's impressive to see how they can like figure that out. um but yeah, overall, all of that to say, I'm liking Aberrus. I think it's good. I think the fact that it's a faster raid tier, right? Like my guild's already 6 out of 9 mythic, and we had 30 minutes of Magmarax prog, and we got him to 26% or something. Really, really low in 30 minutes, and he's like the third to last boss. So that boss is going to die within the first hour of raid next week. Like uh, honestly, we probably would have gotten him lower, but then somebody like misheard the raid leader and accidentally like blew up half the raid, right? So I think we probably would have been really, really close to a kill within the next 30 minutes, because like really didn't seem that hard. Um, so at that point, it's on to Neltharion and Sarkareth, and I don't see us spending more than like a month on that. So whereas like Vault of the Incarnates, I think when did we get cutting edge? We either got our CE in late March or late February or early March. I forget exactly. But it took a while considering the raid came out in December, and it's been like less than a month, and we're already like almost on the second to last boss of the raid. So I don't know. I'm way happier with Aberrus Grog. Like, I don't want to spend, because it's kind of been like the problem for me lately. It feels like we're spending just all of our time either raiding or like doing raid stuff or preparing for the next raid. And I have to do like raid testing and stuff like that. Because the last few months, do I have to kill that guy? Uh, I don't know. I don't really feel like checking to see if he's a quest objective. I think I'm supposed to be using Shockwave more often, because yeah, Shockwave does a lot of damage. I'm used to retail, where Shockwave is like a cooldown that you use, but it's actually like really low CD on Classic, and does like pretty hefty chunk. But yeah, like with Vault of the Incarnates, it's like Dragonflight came out, we did all of like the new expansion stuff, preparing for raid, and that was do I have to do anything for this quest? I just need to get cage keys and open the cages to free the prisoners. Okay. And that was like multiple weeks preparing for that. The first Mythic Plus season was like brutally hard at the start. So that was like really grindy. At this point, it's the third week of the season only, and I already have every single one of my plus 20s done. I have all of my portals complete. Whereas
I got like 2 portals within the first month of season 1, and then I just said fuck it and waited until the last 2 weeks to get the rest of my portals back in season 1, and now I'm already done with that. That's like such a huge weight lifted off my shoulders, and we have already like a huge chunk of the raid done, whereas like in Vault of the Incarnates, prog was really slow. And our prog wasn't even bad. Like I said, we got like US 105, which I think was slightly better than our Sepulchre ranking. Or at least was slightly better than their Sepulchre ranking, because I joined this guild literally when they were doing Jailer prog. So I was with them at the very, very end of Sepulchre. And admittedly, their prog was hurt because of the fact, like, obviously, you know things aren't going super well when you have to recruit a tank on the last boss of prog. So I think like the tank that I was replacing, or not really replacing, but like filling in for, had like a lot of internet issues, and they kind of like in the moment were looking for kind of an emergency tank, and then obviously they ended up keeping me because, well, I'd like to think I'm pretty good, right? But they improved their rankings slightly in Vault of the Incarnates, but we definitely could have done better. We ran into a lot of issues early on in the tier, especially with like server stuff. Tuesday rating lately has just been an absolute nightmare. Blizzard, I think it's been slightly better this patch so far, but at the start of Dragonflight, Blizzard just could not get their shit together when it came to like getting their servers working properly on a Tuesday. We had like so many raid nights on Tuesday at the start that were just completely fucked over by Blizzard servers. We lost like 2+ hours because of it. So midway through Vault of the Incarnates, my guild actually swapped to a Wednesday, Thursday schedule. Whereas I think they had been raiding Tuesday, Wednesday for I don't even know how many years. And this tier, they finally swapped after such a long time. It was a unanimous vote by our raid team to swap to Wednesday, Thursday, because we were just so tired of losing so many hours to Tuesday server issues. And so far in this tier, we haven't had any problems. And I remember even towards the end of Vault of the Incarnates, there were multiple Tuesdays after we made our decision where we would log in to do like alt raid stuff or like Mythic Plus, and the servers would be fucked. And we would all say in Discord, like, huh, isn't it good that we changed our raid days? Because we would be fucked right now if we hadn't. And, you know, we still managed to kind of end the tier as a 2-day guild with multiple hours lost to that shit at a respectable ranking. And I think we're on like a similar pace now. That it's going to be a little bit skewed because of the Ziskarn cheese, right? I guess, you know what, I'll talk about that because I've kind of teased that, and I'm kind of realizing that like I think a lot of people who are watching this maybe don't know what I'm talking about, because it's like there's like a Wowhead post about it, but I think if you're not doing like cutting edge rating, you probably haven't really followed it. And I think it's interesting enough that like a lot of people would care to hear about this, even if they're not like a mythic raider or somebody who's doing that type of stuff. So basically, Ziskarn, for anyone who isn't following retail WoW at all, Ziskarn is the fifth boss, sixth boss in the new raid Aberrus. And Ziskarn was, on testing, considered to be one of the harder bosses. Like, a lot of people were thinking, wow, this is going to be like a brick wall for a lot of guilds. And it was a difficult boss. I would say on Heroic, it's still arguably one of the more challenging boss fights because we're going to be talking here about how there's a cheese strat, and, well, it's even still on Heroic a little bit difficult to get groups to, like, execute the cheese strat, or it was before it was patched. So it still wasn't, like, the easiest boss in the world. Probably harder. Not, like, the hardest boss ever made. It's not like Halandris, was back in Sepulchre, the first ones. It's not like a lot of the bosses in Vault of the Incarnates, where, especially for pugs, were quite difficult for a lot of pugs, and even on prog, a little bit challenging, like Dathia. So I don't think anybody was expecting it to be like one of the hardest bosses of all time, but a lot of people went into the raid looking at this boss and saying, this is probably going to be like the big boss that a lot of guilds get stuck on. Like, this is where a lot of people will hit a brick wall and will spend like weeks progressing. Because the way it goes with retail WoW, or mythic raiding in general, if you're not super experienced with it, is a lot of guilds will kind of like cruise through the earlier bosses of the raid. Like years ago, this was kind of where I was at, where I would join like a guild that would kind of clear like the first 3 bosses with relative ease, and they would keep going like that, kill some bosses, and then eventually you hit a brick wall where there is a mechanic that you just like can't get past as a guild, like as a casual, like, low level mythic guild, and you just get stuck. You either stop doing mythic or you sit there for weeks on end hoping to either outgear it, or eventually, people figure it out and you get that like one miraculous pull or something like that. And for like harder or higher end guilds like mine, you'll usually spend like a few weeks on it compared to close to one-shotting the other bosses. Like we didn't one-shot any boss on Prog this tier. We one-shot both Aranog and Primal Council in Vault of the Incarnates, which I was very impressed by. I don't think we even expected to do that. This tier, we killed Kazara in like 10 pulls or something like that. We killed Assault of the Sakali in 4 pulls, and we killed Amalgamation Chamber in, it was less than 10 pulls. It was like either like 5 to 7, something in that range. And then Forgotten Experiments was like 20 or something like that. Rashok, as I said before, was 50. Rashok ended up being actually one of the harder bosses earlier on, mostly because of the damage and healing check. And then the main challenge, or that everybody thought, was going to be Zaskarn. That was going to be the big wall. That was where everybody would get stuck. Zaskarn, the way the mechanics work, if you're not familiar with him, he is like a dragon guy that you fight in a room with a lot of different traps. It's basically, you kind of fight him, the way I like to describe it is you fight him on a minefield, almost. What am I supposed to do with this quest? Torp's Farm. Scout Torp's Farm. Do I just like run over this? Oh yeah, I just run nearby and I get credit. Okay. So you fight him kind of like on a minefield. There's all these like little traps, and Zaskarn will activate them and they'll start spitting fire, and the entire floor is like made up of these little traps. So the idea is that like at the end of the fight, the entire room will be covered in fire because all of the traps will be activated, and he'll throw out these like little shrapnel grenades that you have to stomp, and there's like these little golems that'll run around and try to like activate additional traps. And it's kind of like a race against time to defeat the boss before the entire room is filled with fire. And he also has like a knockback, right? So the part of the challenge is, you can't get knocked into the fire because it really hurts. So it's like a mechanically, in terms of I accidentally swapped into a defensive stance there for a second. From a mechanical like amount of things going on standpoint, there's a lot. It's pretty involved. There's all these different things happening at once. You have to dodge the traps, you have to kill the golems, you have to like deactivate the traps, because if you kill a golem, you get an item that lets you deactivate it. And then there's like on Mythic, he will shoot out like little lasers in the direction of players, and if you overlap them, you instantly die. Stuff like that. Very involved mechanical boss. So a lot of people thought Mythic was going to be this crazy, like, you have to control your positioning and nobody can be knocked in the wrong direction and everybody has to like spread out and manage their space appropriately. And like positioning heavy bosses like that tend to be absolutely brutal for like not super coordinated guilds, because obviously if you need everyone in your group to be standing in the right spot, and then you have a little Timmy in your group who doesn't really know how his WASD keys work, well, bosses like Zaskarn can be a little bit tricky. So a lot of people were kind of anticipating that it would be like that, and that it would give people a lot of trouble. And all of that to say, at the end of the fight, at the very end of Zaskarn, it's kind of like a question of, well, how do you survive if the entire room is filled with fire? And there's, I guess, 2 ways previously that you would be able to live. As mentioned before, you can kill the golems to get these items that would let you deactivate the fire traps. So in theory, whenever the golem spawned, you could free open a small area of the room that would be free of fire traps, but the rate at which Zaskarn reactivates them is faster than the rate at which the golem spawn. So technically speaking, you would always have like the room eventually be filled with fire. And that is kind of meant to be the softened rage of the fight. However, there is a very tiny little space on the wall of the room, or at least there was, where you could stand where the traps would not reach you. And it could never be set on fire. So on the world first kill done by Liquid, what they did at the very end is they kind of, over the course of the fight, and I mean, I don't know if they've officially said one way or another whether they meant to do this, and they kind of figured it out. Like, I think some people like have pointed out that they went from 50% or something on the boss, like a very high percent, to they kind of just like killed it in 1 to 2 pulls. So what a lot of people think happened is Liquid eventually realized, wait, we can just stand in this little corner at the very end and the boss just can't do anything about it. And then they just kind of killed the boss. Some people think it was accidental, like they just kind of eventually ran out of space and retreated into that corner on a really good pull, and then they just kind of stayed there and the boss died. But eventually, like, you know, that happened on the world first kill. And as time went on, people started asking the question of, wait, why can't you just stay there the whole fight? You know, why do the fight normally and then eventually retreat to that corner when if you're safe in that corner the entire time, can't you just do the entire boss standing in that corner? And the only thing that would stop you is there's a mechanic called tactical destruction, where there's these little statues around the room, and Zaskarn will activate the nearest statues, and they'll one-shot anyone standing nearby. So if you're near a tactical destruction statue, you just instantly die. But Zaskarn's statues are activated based on proximity. He activates the 3 nearest ones. So if he's on the opposite side of the room, and everyone's standing in a safe spot away from him, then he won't activate a statue near them, and you'll still be safe. But then, well, how do you get the statues to activate? How do you get Zaskarn all the way across the room when the entire area is filled with fire and everybody is like hiding on the opposite side? Well, you could just have one of your tanks drag Zaskarn all the way to the opposite side of the room and activate those traps and then drag him all the way back. But wait, you might say, Zaskarn's Tank Buster actually hits decently hard. And well, Zaskarn, you know, running out into the fire and taking all that damage, that's going to make you get absolutely blasted as a tank. You're going to need some really good healers to keep you alive through that. But here's the thing, Zaskarn has no hardened rage. There is no point ever where he just says, all right, fight's done, you're dead. Okay, well, if Zaskarn has no hardened rage, do we really need damage dealers? Because, like, we don't need to kill him by a certain point. And I mean, the entire point is that it's, you know, soft and rage, right? So we don't need to worry about, like, killing the golems, because eventually the room's going to fill with fire, so we just, like, ignore the golems, right? Let them fill the traps, it doesn't matter. We're going to be hiding in the corner anyway. So who needs damage dealers, right? Why don't we just bring more healers? All right, so now you're bringing 5 healers, and, you know, you have 2 tanks, but wait a second. Once again, we don't need damage, so why don't we just bring a 3rd tank? Because then we have 1 tank deal with dragging Zaskarn all the way out, and the other tanks deal with actually holding Zaskarn and dealing with his tank busters. That way, it makes it much easier. Oh, crap, I apparently picked up this quest. I'll abandon this, I didn't realize it had a timer on it. And I'll do it after this one. But yeah, so, you know, we'll bring 3 tanks, right? Because 1 tank can deal with running the boss out, usually a blood DK, because they can heal themselves out there. And the other tanks deal with Zaskarn's regular damage. That way the healers can, like, you know, more easily heal each of the tanks. But what if you go even further and do what my guild did and bring 4 tanks and 7 healers? Was actually the comp we used to kill this boss. Because we had me and Deswind, one of the Death Knight DPS in my guild, were the tanks on the boss. We just swapped between his tank buster auto attacks. Then my raid leader was the tank who dragged the boss out into Africa to deal with the tactical destruction. And, you know, he was a blood DK, so he would heal through it. And then finally, you know, I mentioned before, he will throw out these, like, shrapnel bombs that you need to stomp. Well, we just had a 4th tank who played a Prot Paladin to deal with that. So we had 2 tanks dealing with Zaskarn's auto attacks, 1 tank dealing with dragging Zaskarn into the fire, and another tank dealing with the shrapnel bombs. Because damage doesn't matter. It was like a 10-minute kill. And at that point, just bring 7 healers. We had like 3 Resto Druids, Preservation Evoker, Holy Paladin, Priest. Like, at that point, it doesn't even matter. So it's ridiculous cheese. You're ignoring half the mechanics. You're ignoring damage entirely. And I mean, it worked. We killed the boss. Honestly, it was kind of fun. I liked it. It was a really interesting strategy. It's hard to really call it an exploit, right? Because obviously the fight was just so fundamentally poorly designed in the fact that this was even possible. And right, in my defense, like hundreds of guilds did it. I think by the end of the week, when it was like really fully discovered and people pointed out you could do this, close to 200 guilds had benefited from this cheese. I need to wait for Sarfang to kill this, right? I think I wait for him to kill all of the little ads, and then I run in. That way I don't die. And, okay. There we go. Yeah. I remember the first time I did that quest, I just charged in, I ripped threat on a bunch of those guys, and it was not fun. Is there something that I can use to weaken this guy? Does he actually just, like, hit really hard? Because I'm kind of getting fucking blasted. Is this one of those, like... Yeah, because this kind of fucking hurts. Oh, now I ripped threat. That's actually... that is not what I wanted to happen. Can I hamstring you? No. Okay. So am I just gonna die? Oh, Sarfang taunted. Well, I can bandage myself. That's helping a little bit. And I'm out of range of his explosion. So I'm not dead to that. Let me refresh my Sunder armor stacks. Okay. And can I just... There's no... I mean, if I could just sit out here and, like, shoot him... Sarfang isn't dying anytime soon. So... If the only damage he deals is a pulse... Then... Let's say I can't just, like, wait out here. Alright. That was spooky, but, I mean, that doesn't seem too difficult. Oh, he's still doing it. Okay, no, I don't want to die. Can I bandage myself again? I can. Okay. I'm just gonna play this extra safe. I was doing good, and then I tried to run in, and shit just started going south. So I'm not gonna play risky. Just gonna take the W, and, sure. I'd ideally like to not die, not because I'm, playing hardcore or anything. I've also had a few people, not as many, but some people have asked me if I plan on doing hardcore WoW, or at least they think that, like, because I've talked about, like, my challenge run format, right? And some people are like, oh, well, if you want a challenge while leveling, do classic WoW hardcore. I might actually do hardcore classic WoW, but I probably wouldn't stream it, or I definitely wouldn't stream it. I just probably wouldn't record it. And B, it probably wouldn't be something that I do actively. One, because, like, I don't know. It's not something I'm terribly interested in, and I don't want to, like, hop on the bandwagon and start doing, like, hardcore content. Because I think that would just be, like, yuck. I hate just, like, doing what other people are doing just for the sake of it. So I'm almost, like, slightly biased against it because it is kind of something that so many people are doing that I just, I want to be like the phrase that my dad always uses is, it's a Portuguese expression, do contra. And he said, like, he always says that his brother was do contra and would always do the opposite of whatever other people did. So he always uses that phrase. So that I think about that, but obviously because it's a Portuguese phrase, like, I never actually use it. because nobody would know what the fuck I'm talking about. Like whenever I think about that, that's what I think of. And in many ways, I am, as my dad would describe his brother, do contra with stuff like that because I just I hate doing the thing that like everybody else is doing. I kind of like to do my own thing, and I don't want to like do hardcore classic just because everybody else is doing it. And it like, admittedly, it looks mildly interesting, but it very much is not the type of thing that I would really want to do. Like if I was really excited for it, if I really wanted to do hardcore classic, I'd do it regardless. Right? Like there's actually something I will talk about later on in this run, quote unquote, or in this video, uh, which is something that is maybe a little bit, I wouldn't say bandwagony, but is probably going to make people think I'm a little bit basic. But it's just like sometimes you try something and you like really enjoy it, and you're like, shit, like I never expected to like think this is fun, but hey, and we'll get to that. But I guess all that to say, if I really, really, really wanted to do that, if I really wanted to play classic hardcore, I would. But it's something I'm not terribly excited for, so I probably wouldn't make videos about it unless I really wanted to. Like I guess a good example that unrelated to the other thing that I'm going to talk about later. But I am actually unironically, and I've been saying this for a while. I am very, 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 very excited for Kata Classic, and I will be pissed if they cancel Kata Classic because, like, I, I don't know. Some people like get mad at me for saying I like Kata Classic and I want it to happen. And like I've said this before, I don't understand like the whole us versus them mentality of people who enjoy Kata Classic and people who enjoy regular Classic. Because like I enjoy Wrath Classic too. It's like not the type of thing that I'm playing all the time. Obviously, I'm playing it right now because I feel like it, right? I didn't need to make a classic leveling video. Quite frankly, this video, in terms of like numbers, is probably not going to perform very well. All of my retail stuff historically has performed infinitely better than my classic stuff. I did classic dungeon guides and they did decently well. The views on them weren't terrible. But generally speaking, when I make content for Classic WoW, it's not because it's going to do really well. It's because I just feel like it. I enjoy Classic, but I very much understand that like retail is at this point the main focus of my channel, and it's what like most of my viewers watch for. And honestly, there's a lot of times where I will make content for retail WoW that I don't necessarily enjoy. Like a lot of the dungeon and raid guides, like I don't really love making raid guides at this point, and I might stop next tier, or at least I might change it. Like this tier for Aberrus, I did it was actually like, it's kind of funny how I did it partially out of laziness. I wouldn't say partially out of laziness, but out of like time constraints. I knew I wouldn't have time to make individual guides for every single boss. So I decided I was going to make one big video, a guide to every single boss in Aberrus. And it's doing really well. Like it has, I think at this point, 100,000 views, which is like pretty fucking good. Considering historically my raid guides, they didn't perform like amazingly well. And this one is like really, really, really good. And I did not expect that. And then I've gotten a lot of feedback from people saying, I love the fact that you did all of them in one video. Like this is the perfect format for me. And now I'm like, shit, okay, works well for me, right? Like I did that purely from a time-saving point of view, but a lot of people are telling me that's their preferred way of watching raid guides. So that's the type of thing where going forward, that's kind of maybe how I will structure some of those guides. We'll see, but like making individual boss guides, like I've stopped doing mythic raid guides. Maybe I'll do Magmarax because there aren't like too many of them out yet. We'll see. But the problem with stuff like, making a guide for Forgotten Experiments or Amalgamation Chamber is it requires a lot of effort to actually like write and put together those videos, and they get like no views. So I will make a video if I want to make it and I just enjoy making it. Like I've made a lot of videos of like editing funny moments from my guild raids. And those do decently well, but like nothing spectacular. They'll get like a few thousand views. And I think the best part is it makes my guild happy. whenever it's like a fun moment from our raid, usually people, have fun watching it and stuff like that. And it also gets pretty good reception from like regular viewers. A lot of people say they really like watching those videos because it's fun to see like, little fun interactions within my raids. And it's a joy to edit. Like I'm working on another funny one about like interactions with my guild in Mythic Plus, a particular interaction, which I won't spoil, but it's really enjoyable going through and putting together that video. And also, I kind of get enjoyment while editing it because I know for a fact that like when I post that on my guild Discord and like I, at my friends who were in those dungeon runs and I'm like, hey, remember this? They'll be like, oh yeah, that was so funny. I'm glad you turned it into like a video. So I know that they will enjoy watching it too. So it like makes me happy editing it. But whenever I'm doing like a guide, like, Mythic Amalgamation Chamber, right? It's not really fun to edit and write, it's a boss guide, right? And also there's, none of my guild benefits from it because we already killed the boss, right? So one of the other nice things about making the whole guide to every heroic boss is it actually helped my guild. And because a lot of it was done based on my PTR testing, because I do like a shit ton of raid testing whenever that's available, a lot of people in my guild weren't able to do that. So I did a combination of some people in my guild did it, and we like put together like half pug groups. And then a lot of times I would just join like pugs because there weren't enough people in my guild who were interested, and I would get footage and I like wrote that entire guide myself, structure the entire thing, right? So a lot of people on my raid team, who were looking for resources to study up on the raid, found my video really helpful and like told me, oh, this really helped me prepare for raid. So while it is nice always to see like comments from viewers and stuff like that, I think it's hopefully understandable. I think most people could, see how that makes sense. How do I do this quest? Where is it? Bring them back alive. 8 infected Kodos. Where are the infected Kodos? Are they down here? No, I think, yeah, it's these ones. Okay. Right. Okay, I see what I need to do. So, yeah, it's one thing to get, like, comments from just regular people. And, like, I still appreciate those, So, I don't want you to think that, like, oh, just because you're not, like, in my guild or, like, a personal friend of mine, that I don't value, like, somebody leaving a comment saying, like, this helped me. But it does feel different when it's like, an actual like friend of yours says, I really appreciated this video that you made, or I got a lot of enjoyment, than like seeing a lot of comments, because it's easy to like let a lot of those comments blend together and it's still nice to see it. But when it's like somebody like, a friend of yours who you really like respect, obviously, and stuff like that, and they tell you like, oh, I think you did a really good job in that, it's like a different type of feeling. It still makes you feel like really happy. So I get like a lot more personal satisfaction out of making certain videos, and a lot of those I will do regardless of whether they perform well or not. But sometimes, if the views aren't there and I'm not enjoying it, right, then I'm just like, why bother? But classic stuff, all that to say, I actually generally enjoy making classic content, even though I don't do it a lot, which I think is maybe why I enjoy doing that. Because it's like, I'll make a classic video like every once in a while. It's like a rare occasion. And because it's not the main thing that I'm doing, it's fun. Like, I made like 3 videos on Total War Warhammer. And they actually did like surprisingly not terrible, considering I'm not a Total War Warhammer channel. My audience, as far as I know, it's like a completely different audience. It's not like the difference between classic WoW and stuff. But Total War Warhammer is a game that I absolutely love, and because like I only make a video on it like once every half a year, whenever I have like some fun thing to cover, I think it makes it a little bit more interesting. Like I did a video on like rushing Carrick 8 Peaks as what's it called? Clan Moors, Queek Headtaker, right? And I was just for fun playing a legendary Queek Headtaker campaign, and I tried to do, if you have no idea what I'm talking about, TLDR, I attacked a really heavily defended settlement in a strategy game on like one of the very early turns in the game, and I like did a really good job fighting the battle on the hardest difficulty, and it was like a really fun battle, and I was really happy with it. And this is a game that I don't normally make YouTube content for, but I posted it. This was like back in August of last year, and it got like 5,000 views, which for a game that I never cover on my channel, I'd say 5,000 views for like a one-off video is like respectable. But I posted that because I was just playing it for fun, and it was like a fun little thing that happened, and I was just like, I probably should not be able to do this because it's really hard, but hey, maybe I can record it, and if I happen to pull it off, I'll post it as a video, and I did. So, sometimes I'll make like little fun videos like that. I think I've unlisted it at this point because I don't like to let videos like that sit. I've had a few people on my Discord ask me about that, like why I unlist certain videos. Because a lot of channels don't unlist anything and they'll just keep their videos up there. Because like if you look at my channel now, it says I have like 50 videos or something like that. Because I've unlisted a lot of stuff. Like almost all of my Shadowlands videos are unlisted. And I think it depends. There's like two schools of thought that I've seen because obviously, right, like at this point YouTube is at least like temporarily my full-time job. I don't really know if it's going to stay that way. Like I'm not right now 100% in the mindset of like this is the career I'm going to be doing, but it's at least like since I've graduated college, I've at least been like, fuck it until I get like a job that I really want to. I will keep doing this, to see how it goes. And, maybe I can make it like an actual sustainable full-time job. We'll see. But I've done like a lot of research into that stuff and, how to, tips on like running a YouTube channel, things like that. And there's like, I would say mixed opinions on whether you should unlist old videos. A lot of channels, even good channels, will say like, no, don't. And they'll keep their videos up there. But I've seen a lot of good arguments too as to why you should. And the best reason is especially World of Warcraft is a very seasonal game. So I don't want somebody to be like super confused. Excuse me. I don't know if that picked up on the mic. I usually try to like cover my mouth if I have to like hiccup or burp or something. But whatchamacallit, like World of Warcraft's a very seasonal game, especially, retail World of Warcraft. And, for instance, I'll give you a good example of a video that I will probably unlist soon, and I'm debating unlisting right now, but I've decided to keep it up. I have a video that I made about like 2 months ago called How to Catch Up in World of Warcraft Dragonflight. And at the time, it did pretty good. I think it's at like 50, 60,000 views, respectable, right? And it's it has good information, or at least it had good information at the time when I made it. But I also made it anticipating that it would last like a full 2-3 months and remain relevant, and then Blizzard kind of pushed out this patch really quickly. And at that point in time, I would be willing to say that my guide pretty much told you everything you needed to know in order to like really get okay. Hopefully I don't die. Just charged and insta DC'd. Cool. But yeah, I would say at that point in time when I made that video, it was a pretty accurate description of like, everything that you needed to do. Hold on. Oh no! Wait. Yeah, shit's fucked. Oh, come on. Why does it do that, man? So I changed my key bindings before starting recording, and it reset all of my key bindings when it just DC'd like that. It's a regular bug in WoW where it does this in retail too. I mean, I think it's a retail bug that kind of carried over into classic. If you reset your key bindings and then the game like crashes or disconnects before you manually log out, it fucks your key bindings. All right, so we're gonna do this live. Control 1, and then I do Control 5, and then Q, E, R, T, and then Shift Q, Shift E, Shift R, Shift T. And yes, I know a lot of people are going to be like, oh my god, I hate your key bindings. Why do you do it like that? And it's like, whatever. Look, like, to each their own. I've had so many people shit talk my UI, shit talk my key bindings, and it's... I'm over it, man. It works for me. That's all I care about. And now I'm actually going to just exit game and restart just to be 1000% sure that my key bindings are saved. Also, why did I get pinged? Why did I get pinged from the Final Fantasy Discord server? Can I fucking mute this? I don't want to get... I hate how I can turn off notifications, but then I have to manually suppress at everyone and at here. It's like, look, Discord, if I've muted a server, it's because I don't want to fucking read shit from it. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. So I forget what I was talking. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, generally speaking, making videos and stuff like that. Did it save all my stuff? Control 5. Yes, okay. Should be good now. But yeah, I don't know. I like to unlist my videos for two reasons. One, especially the very old videos, I think that I don't want to have older videos with like poor editing, and like some of my really older videos have like pretty poor audio quality when I was like first making videos, because I just did it for shits and giggles and I didn't really know what I was doing. So I've unlisted a lot of those because if somebody clicks on one of my videos, you want to put your best foot forward, right? You don't want somebody clicking on a really old, really shitty video with like dog shit audio quality and stuff like that. So a lot of those have gotten unlisted. But also, World of Warcraft being seasonal, I don't want somebody to click on a video like the one I described, how to get caught up in Dragonflight, and then it's like 3 patches behind, and they're like, well, this guide is dog shit, right? So I want somebody to know, like, if they click on one of my videos, even if it's old, it'll still be accurate. Like, I have a lot of people that will click on, like, my leveling guides, and they'll be like, is this still accurate? And it's like, yeah, it's only 6 months old, but, like, I structured that video in a way that the information will remain relevant for a while. The amount of times that I have to like answer a question on that video of like, is this still up to date? And usually it's somebody who did something wrong and like forgot to follow one of the steps. And for like the biggest one is so many people forget to turn on Chromie time. And I've seen so many comments, like some of them are nice. Some of them are like, I think I might be doing something wrong. I'm getting like no experience from the zone. And then I'll say, did you remember to turn on Chromie time? And then like a few hours later, I'll get a ping on my phone and it'll be that person responding to the comments saying, oh, fuck, I forgot. Thanks for responding, or something like that. But some people like just go full aggro in my comments and they're like, this guide is dog shit. I got to Loch Modan and Loch Modan's giving me like no experience and this is outdated and inaccurate garbage, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, well, if you're in Loch Modan and you're gaining 400 experience, I already know you forgot to turn on Chromie time. And I've gone through some of them where they're like, I know I didn't forget to turn on Chromie time. And it's like, okay, buddy, well, I'll tell you what, I know for a fact that nothing has changed. And I know that I get like 2 comments every week, probably more, from people who forgot to turn on Chromie time. So I'm willing to bet you forgot. And eventually they either say, oh, I didn't realize it got disabled or something, which like a lot of times people think they turned it on and they just didn't click the button, or I don't know, sometimes maybe they accidentally disabled it. I don't fucking know how so many people turn off Chromie time. But a lot of times they'll just stop responding, and I'm guessing they either, decided not to respond to me, or they figured out that I was right and they forgot to turn off Chromie time, or they forgot to turn on Chromie time. But it is amazing, like, the amount of comments I received. Obviously, it's a drop in the bucket, right? Like, if this was something where every single day I was getting a comment like that, maybe. But I even went back and checked the video. I'm like, did I forget to mention it? No, I mentioned it in the video. I mentioned to turn on Chromie time. It's the kind of thing where if I re-record the video for like the Void Lord expansion, whenever I say next expansion, I always jokingly say the Void Lord expansion because we're getting one eventually, right? So whenever the Void Lord expansion comes out and I have to update my leveling guide, I might like emphasize Chromie time stuff a lot, and I might even like in the editing jokingly put like a collage of the 50 million comments I get of people asking why their experience is like turned off or whatever, because it is crazy how many people seem to get that wrong. But It's also like I've had a lot of situations like that where people will leave comments on my guides that make me think I did something wrong, or like maybe not intentionally, but they'll be like, "What the fuck? Hello, mouse? What the hell?" My mouse sensitivity just like I don't know disappeared for a second. Okay, it's fine now. I don't know what happened there. Anyways, um, but yet like sometimes people will leave comments like you forgot to mention xyz, or they'll ask a question about something like I'm still not sure how to do something like this one thing, um and I'll think to myself like didn't I cover that in my guide? And then I'll like check my guide and it's like yeah, it's literally right there, and then I'll say like go watch this part. Usually I'm nice about it. Like if somebody seems to be genuinely asking a question, like, I'm still not sure how to do whatever. But like there are, I would say for every nice comment from somebody who is just trying to like, ask a question, there is like an equally snarky comment from somebody who's like, you forgot to mention this important part. Like, um, somebody left a comment just the other day on one of my dungeon leveling versus questing video. It's saying something like, you forgot to mention that if you turn off chromie time and go solo the dungeon at a higher scaling and pick up the quests and then come back after and turn in the quests, you can turn them in for free. And it's like, no, I didn't forget to mention that. I just didn't discuss it because it's not efficient. Like a lot of people seem to think it's like, I'm cheesing the game by soloing the dungeon and then traveling all the way back and forth to go hand in the quests. And it's like, congratulations, you just wasted 10 minutes of your time. Like, that is not fast. If you're a DPS player, just don't do the dungeon, just quest. It's faster. If you are a tank, just queue for it. Do it at level with a random party. Trust me, it'll be more worth your time. Like, people will go to extreme lengths to like cheat the system and end up screwing themselves over. It's hilarious. Like, some stuff is cheese, some stuff is just slow and not worth doing. Um, so yeah, I don't know. A lot of people seem to think that like that they gotcha though. They'll leave a comment as if they got this amazing gotcha of like yeah you forgot to mention this super good trick, and it's like nope, I tested all that, intentionally did not include it in the guide. But it's, I could sit here and talk about, uh, silly YouTube comments all day. And one thing is, I always like to respond to them with like snarky remarks. Like, I respond to a lot of comments, especially the ones that are like slightly negative. Like, I don't like to rage. Like, I don't usually let myself get like triggered or anything and be like, oh, fuck you or whatever. But if somebody leaves like a snarky comment, I'll usually leave like a snarky reply just for fun, because I think it's fun, responding to comments like that. And like I've had one or two people, it's not often, but it's often enough that it like makes me question it, where some people are like, "Oh, it makes you look unprofessional to like respond to comments." Oh, thank you. Uh Appreciate it. Yeah. My dad brought me water. I said earlier that I forgot to refill my water, and my throat was starting to get like really dry, and I was like, oh no, I might need to interrupt it. But I messaged him on Discord just on the off chance that he woke up in time. And I was like, hey, can you like bring me a bottle of water? And he usually does because it's like, easy enough for him to do. So, yeah, there we go. But yeah, so some people have said stuff like, oh, it's unprofessional or whatever. And really, I don't give a shit, right? Um, like I think if somebody's gonna stop watching my channel just because I left a snarky reply to a person in the comments, like they're probably not the person that I want watching my channel anyway. Like, I think, how do I describe this? Like, I don't like to, like, I don't consider myself edgy. I don't consider myself like a lot of people are really out there and they'll try to make like I think edgy really is the best word for it, like really edgy content. Um, and I don't necessarily consider myself to be like edgy or over the top or anything. Um, But like I with like a lot of these speedruns and stuff, like I do like to just speak my mind. Right? Like I'll keep my guides mostly professional and mostly like, me just talking on the facts and apparently there's a fire there. Like talking on the facts and just, being objective and stuff like that. Um but I like to be able to do like these types of oh, shit. What am I doing right now? Did I just throw a grenade by accident? I think I clicked my adamantite grenade. Yeah. And I don't like to have to censor myself. The nice thing though is like I'm not like secretly a racist or anything, so I don't need to worry about, trying to not be an asshole. Because I think like, pretty much everyone who has watched my videos and watched me like shit talk like random things like I actually just realized, like, speaking of shit talking, I got completely sidetracked earlier talking about the Sascaran stuff, and I never finished that. But like me shit talking and ranting about like, some random bullshit is probably the extent of like, the shitty part of my personality, maybe. I can be a little bit pessimistic and I can rant. Like, obviously, I'm not perfect, right? But I'd like to think that definitely, um, I can usually be myself without worrying about, people hating me because I don't really think I do anything that's like too out there or too crazy or whatever. But at the same time, I'm not gonna like try and act completely normal and completely like professional and whatnot. Because it's like, yeah, I do like to talk shit, right? If somebody says something rude to me, I will tell them to fuck off. I'm not going to try to be like, oh, nice and polite and, like, I respect your feedback on my video. It's like, no, if you don't like my video, okay, fuck you. Don't watch it then. Like, I don't expect everybody to like my videos. I fully expect that some people are just not going to like it because, hey, it's not for everybody. But I also don't get the people who it's like, I don't like this. I'm going to write a long, angry reply to them in the comments and then get offended when they tell me, okay, fuck you too then. Like, no, if you write something negative and like, angry in my comment section, I will probably tell you to fuck off or I'll just delete your comment because like, I don't need to read that, right? And I'm not gonna like try to pretend to be like some super duper professional person, just because, right? So I think maybe that's understandable, right? I don't know. Like I have been told by some people that maybe, oh, if you want to do this as a job, you need to do all these things. You need to be more professional. You need to like branding, like a fucking on my rating guide for Aberrus, like a guide to every one of the bosses. Somebody left a comment on my pinned comment of all things. It's still there. I kept it up. You can go read it right now. And it's easy to find because it's on the fucking pinned comment. Where I don't even remember what I said. I think it's my pinned comment for like updates on future guide stuff. So in the Aberrus guide, I didn't have a guide for Sarkareth because obviously Sarkareth wasn't testable. And I put a pinned comment basically saying, initially it read, when the Sarkareth guide is posted, it'll be included here. And then obviously when I finished my Sarkareth guide, I updated the pinned comment and said, the Sarkareth guide is finished. You can watch it here. So, that's all that comment was. And somebody left a fucking just room temperature IQ comments in response to that saying like, hey man, I like your videos, but your branding needs work. Using a picture of a dog as your profile picture is a waste of branding. And it's like, fucking what? A waste of branding? Like, who fucking cares? It's a picture of my dog. Like, is any and man, I'm gonna make a lot of like generic YouTube channel runners pissed off. But I'm sorry, the fact that you paid an artist $30 or however much you commission them for to make like a fancy artwork of like, uh what the fucking like Sniper X Gaming, with like a little fancy artwork and your name with like a little symbol behind it, and you have like the little splash art, and then you have all your socials linked on there. Like I don't have my fucking socials linked. I put my Discord in my fucking description. If you want to message me and give feedback on my videos, do so there. If you want to join my Discord and listen to me like talk shit about the developers nerfing Zascarin, which I will get back to later, because I posted a large rant on my Discord on there. Like, join my Discord, right? I will just talk about random bullshit there, like post little updates and stuff like that. Like, that's the extent of my social media presence. But there's so many fucking armchair YouTube experts who like think that, you know, you need to do XYZ to like run a channel and whatever. And it's like, no, here's what you need to do to make good YouTube videos. It's really simple. You make good YouTube videos and you don't be like a fucking prick, right? Like, obviously, don't be like a closet racist who's like, you know, doing really shady shit on the side. If you're not doing that and you have good YouTube videos, congratulations. That's all you fucking need to do. Right? Like, there's, like I said before, you know, with unlisting videos, there's little things that you can do to, you know, I guess improve your performance slightly. Obviously, I'm not going to say that's all there is to it. You know, sure, there's little things like thumbnails are important. You know, having a good thumbnail, yeah, that matters, right? Like, you know, I'd like to think my thumbnails are decent, but, you know, could they be better? Sure. Are my thumbnails about as good as they can realistically be with the time and skill that I have? I would think so. I put a lot of care and effort into my thumbnails, but I'm not like the most amazing graphic designer to ever live. And, you know, I'm not going to sit here and spend like, you know, a million hours on every single thumbnail. So a lot of times I'll have like a really good idea for a thumbnail and I'll get like halfway done with it. And then eventually I'm just like, man, this video is going to get like 10,000 views. I don't need to spend like 10 hours making a perfect thumbnail. And I'll just be like, good enough, right? But front of the Cavol. What the fuck? Am I not close enough? Yeah, there we go. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, so many people overthink it and think, you know, you need to do all this fancy shit with branding and you need to like cultivate like this like personality behind the scenes. And it's like, you know, obviously believe me if you want, don't believe me if you want, but like what you see here is what you get 100% of the time. Like, I am not a different person fundamentally than in these like little fucking speed runs than I am when I'm doing dungeons with my friends. One of the nice things about these things is I just get to talk and ramble and stuff like that. In fact, funny on that note, quick side tangent. I was doing dungeons with my friend Rice in my guild, and he actually. It is kind of interesting now. I've run into situations where people have watched my videos before they've met me. And like my first interaction with Rice was when he first joined this guild back in Sepulchre, and we were doing like an alt run or something like that. And then he was like, oh, Larice or whatever my character's name was at the time. He was like, so you're Harlden, the guy who does the leveling videos, right? And I was like, oh yeah, that's me. And he's like, oh, thank you so much, man. I love your leveling guides. Like, they've really helped me out. And I'm sitting there like, you know, IRL, my face is like deep red, and I'm like, oh, thanks, glad you like the guides. But it's like, you know, I get so embarrassed when people, you know, mention my guides and stuff like that, especially when they, you know, say stuff like that. And Rice, because of that, Rice will jokingly say, like, you know, when we join pugs sometimes, you know, there was one time where he said like, oh yeah, this guy Harlden, like, you know, he's like an expert speedrunner. And I'm like, oh, please don't. It like, I'm not like embarrassed about it, but it's just like, I don't like to have every pug group I join know who I am. It's kind of one of the nice things about my character name isn't Harlden. Like, I use Harlden for like my hunter, which I don't really play a lot, and it's the name that I use whenever I do speedruns. I name my character Harlden. Harlden for reference, because a lot of people have asked me this, and I guess it's probably a reasonable question to ask. Why do I not name my characters Harlden? That's another thing some people have mentioned, like, oh, I should name all my characters the same variation. A lot of people do this. They'll like pick one name and then they'll do like something P, something W for like priest and warrior. And it's like, fuck that. Like, I want to have actual names. You know, I'm not a role player, but you know, it's an RPG. I want my characters to have like actual names. You know, I care about my characters. You know, everybody has their own little headcanon for their characters and stuff like that. So, you know, Harlden was the name of my original troll hunter that I played all the way through. I played him in Wrath, I played him in Kata, Mop, And then eventually I started playing other characters. I played my Death Knight Rossiliana. I played my whatchamacallit, my Demon Hunter, eventually Lenara, which is what I currently main. And those are the characters that I mostly play. And I don't really play my Hunter, which is Haraldin, anymore, despite the fact that that was the name, that was my battle tag for years, because that was my main character for a while. And it's what I chose to name my YouTube channel. And at this point, it's like, it's a fine name. Like, it, it's not like it has any real significance. I don't hate it. I don't love it. It's not like something I'm deeply attached to, but it's also not a name that I hate having associated with my content, so I keep it, right? But I'm not gonna like change my characters' names to like, Haraldin this, Haraldin that, whatever. Usually if I'm playing like a new game and I make my initial character, I will probably call it Haraldin just for the sake of like, if I'm already starting a new game and making a new character, I might as well. But I'm not going to change my existing World of Warcraft characters' names that I already have grown attached to over the years just for the sake of like branding or having people recognize me or whatever. No, fuck that shit. All of that to say, what's it called? Just funny story with Rice. At one point, we were doing keys. I was talking about, because Rice asked something about like Underrot, and he was like, how did Underrot feel back in BFA? Like, was it considered a difficult dungeon? And I just started talking. And I was like, talking about, dungeons in BFA and the fact that, like, I think it's interesting that we've kind of gotten, like, all of the easiest dungeons from BFA so far. And, like, despite the fact that BFA M Plus was probably one of the harder eras of Mythic Plus, you wouldn't get that by the dungeons that we've seen returning to the Mythic Plus pool in retail, just because we've seen, Mechagon Junkyard and Workshop, which are two of the easiest keys ever, especially Junkyard. Underrot, Freehold were probably the two easiest keys in BFA, and how I think it'll be interesting if they ever add back, like, Temple of Sethralus or Shrine of the Storm, etc., etc. And I was kind of, like, surprised that Rice wasn't responding. And eventually he was like, wait, can you hear me? And I'm like, no, your mic wasn't working. And he was like, oh shit. And apparently that entire time when I was just talking about BFA dungeons and, my thoughts on it and stuff, I'll replace Ancient Draenei War Talisman, as long as, no, that's Spell Power Plate. And, this is a necklace. This is probably an increased hit rating, stamina. It's like a minor bonus, because I lose a little bit of agi, but it's whatever. So the entire time when I was just rambling about, like, BFA dungeons and stuff like that, he was apparently, like, responding to me, and I kept cutting him off, because he wasn't actually talking, right? His mic wasn't working. So he was, like, surprised. He was like, man, Haraldin's just going. Like, he's just in full speedrun monologue mode, talking, and meanwhile, I'm like, Rice isn't really responding. He must just be really listening. But it was an interesting topic. I had a lot to say on it. I like talking about, the history of dungeons and stuff like that. So I was just talking. And it was just a funny little thing where he was like, man, you really can't just talk sometimes, right? It's like, yeah, sometimes if I just have a topic that I'm interested in and I just feel like talking, I will just start talking about it. And I can ramble on until somebody cuts me off, which works really well for this type of content. But yeah, this is very much just like kind of how I talk, and obviously, because I didn't mean to cut Rice off, right? Like, if I'm actually having a conversation with my friends, it'll be much more back and forth and much more like, I'll like listen to what they have to say and respond to that. But point being, I absolutely could just talk normally if I wanted to and just ramble about whatever bullshit I feel like talking about. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I got on that topic. But oh yeah, because the whole branding thing and like you have to do XYZ thing to like, build your YouTube channel. And it's like one of the things that I like about doing YouTube is honestly the fact that I can be myself. Like, if I need to go get like an actual or actual is like a lot of people like to put it, actual job, right? Doing game design or programming or, which is like what I graduated college for or something else. I don't know. I guess at this point, even though I didn't go to college for video editing, I'd like to say I'm pretty fucking good at video editing at this point. Like, I'm definitely not like on the level of a professional video editor because it's still all like mostly self-taught, right? But I'd like to think that for the extent of like what I actually learned about video editing, and what I've like done over the years, I've made like a lot of efforts to improve the quality of my videos. And obviously, like this video is no editing, right? This isn't what I'm talking about. But like my actual guides and like even my clips with my guild stuff and like the way I edit that, I put a lot of effort into that. And it's definitely, I know it's been noticed by like a lot of people because I get a lot of like nice comments about people, or from people about that, and it makes me happy because like I do put a lot of thought and effort into my editing, and it's good to see that like I know for a fact some people do notice. Um, but at this point, even though that isn't what I went to college for, it's probably one of the skills that I think I've improved the most at over the last few years. But like, yeah, sure. Eventually, if I have to go get like a regular job, um, I can, and obviously in that field, I would act professional and stuff like that, and do all the nice things that people are supposed to do, and right, and whatever. But one of the things that I like about making videos and stuff is that it is more casual, and I get to focus more on things that I actually enjoy, and I get to be myself more than just kind of a professional watered down version of myself for like a modern workplace or whatever, which it's like I can do. I know how to like not be, weird. I know how to be normal if I want to be. But I think it's more fun to just be me, right? And that's one of the reasons that I like doing this. So it's like, why would I turn my YouTube channel into this soulless like monetization grind when that like defeats the entire purpose, that defeats the entire reason that this potential career is so appealing to me and to, I would say, many other people. um so yeah, I that was a weird comment that I got. I that one especially, I don't think I've ever gotten a comment like that. It was a really weird comment because not only is it not something I see a lot, um but it was like, of all the places to post it, on the pinned comment on a raid guide talking about and especially the thing he chose to focus in on, like I would say honestly, my attitude and the two things that maybe are holding me back the most in terms of like YouTube performance. It has nothing to do with like my branding, as that guy put it. It's kind of my personality. I am I am very first of all, I'm very like introverted in terms of I don't really interact with a lot of other people. If you ask like a lot of YouTubers what the biggest thing you can do to grow your channel is, a lot of them will tell you networking. I do like zero networking. The extent of my networking is my friends. Like my networking for some of my like raid and dungeon guides, it is helped slightly by the fact that my guild leader and a lot of the people in my guild are like well-connected members of the WoW community. Like my guild leader is Babylonius, who runs the monk Discord, right? But it's like I didn't make an effort to network with Babs. He's just, I ended up joining this guild. He reached out to me, right? Like I posted my oh, my NPC names got disabled again. Like I posted in the recruitment Discord back when I was looking for a guild a year ago. Which one do I get? Um, this is better for tanking because the stamina, but I'll take it just for vendoring. Uh, I think the cape is probably, or is it the necklace that I want? I don't really want any of these. Yeah, I'll take this to vendor. Northrend adventuring supplies. I used it on I used it on Garrosh, man. Okay, this time I'm actually targeting myself. All right, there we go. This is, yeah, that's Joyous Journeys, and that's Wintergrasp. Cool. Yeah, like, so I guess the fact that, now I can basically just ask Babs a question about, like, oh, how is Windwalker looking? Like, basically, when I was making a video on, like, items that you should be farming before the end of Season 1, I was looking for information on certain items and like, whether anyone had sims showing if they were still going to be good in season 2. And I just asked in our guild Discord, like, does anybody have this? And Babs just sent me like a bunch of sims that he had for Windwalkers. So that helped, right? Like from a networking perspective, that helped. But there's a lot of people like I'll talk about this later because there's one particular like interaction I've had recently with people who do stuff like that. That it makes me feel dirty. I hate the idea of like trying to force, you know, what do people call them? Like not crossovers, like collabs. Yeah, the idea of like collabs, like I've never done a collab or anything of the sort. Because it's just like no, what the fuck's the point, right? Like, I'm gonna do my own thing. I'm gonna make my videos, right? Like, I don't like the idea of trying to like artificially boost my viewership by interacting with like other people. Like, if I want to make a video with somebody, like, I'm not saying I would never do this, right? I'm just saying a lot of people, and I will give examples later because there's a particular thing I'll discuss. But a lot of people will kind of like have this mentality of like I need to be collaborating with other YouTubers and cross promotion and a lot of them will like post their videos in like public places. Like I will do self promotion sparingly. The only self promotion I've ever done is when I update my leveling guide, I post it on Reddit, and I've done that twice, right? I or technically yeah, I've done that 3 times. I posted on Reddit when I made my first ever leveling guide, which was the thing that kind of made my channel blow up, right? I posted on Reddit when I made an update to my Shadowlands leveling guide. And then I posted on Reddit when I didn't mean to do that. So I need to monitor the rift and then do the captured barrel sorcerers. I'm going to set my Hearthstone here. And then I'm going to jump into the rift, do the thing there, and where is the Hearthstone person? Innkeeper. Is there no Hearthstone here? Huh. That's weird. I feel like there should be. Whatever. Man, my throat is starting to... See, when I don't do these speedruns often enough, my throat starts to fucking murder me on these things. And it's only been 2 hours. Anyways. I don't want to pull too much. I mean, I could survive it. I'm just trying to be efficient with my time. Why is this guy following me? Alliance Deserter? I don't know why the Alliance Deserter is following me. But yeah, like, oh. Isn't that supposed to take, like, multiple tries? I vaguely remember this quest, and don't you have to, like, interrogate them and they'll be like, I'll never tell you anything, and then you kill them. I'm pretty sure the last time I did this, it took me, like, 5 minutes. Maybe I'm confusing it with a different quest. Either way, that felt fast. Oh, I have to deliver the Alliance Deserter to... Oh, right, that's the quest. But yeah, like, that's the extent of my self-promotion. And, like, it is self-promotion. I'm not going to pretend it's not. But the only reason I do it in those cases, and the reason why I don't do it anywhere else, is because I feel like, at least in the case of my leveling guides, it's something that, like, does actually help a lot of other people. And sure, I think, like, a lot of my guides are helpful to a lot of people. But I don't know. I would just feel so dirty if I was constantly like doing self-promotion, and so many people do that. And I'm going to be honest, like, I probably could. I probably could, like, post my videos in a lot of places, like, constantly post them on Reddit. And I've seen people do that, and, like, they don't even get, like, a negative reaction. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, thank you for the help. And it's like, yeah, I'm sure, like, if I wanted to, it's just, I can't get past the fact that I just feel dirty if I like overly post my stuff, because it's like, I don't know. I don't want to feel like I'm trying to It's probably a stupid mindset, but I don't like to feel like I am doing like overly shoving my content down other people's throats. If somebody wants to watch my content, great, watch my content. But if they don't want to watch my content, I don't want to be like I said, shoving it down their throats. That would just make me feel, bleh. Um, so I don't know. That's the main reason I don't do it. Um, but yeah, it's I don't know. I would say that is probably the main thing. Also, another thing that a lot of people have told me, my cousin tells me this all the time, that if I like, he always says like if you really want to, be like, a big YouTuber, you need to make like a consistent schedule, and he's actually pretty correct about that. Um, it's something that like kind of I know about. I know that sticking to a consistent schedule would help, but the problem is right now it's like so doing daily uploads, right? A lot of people will say just do daily uploads. If I wanted to, I could do daily uploads, but it would come at the cost of quality. That's something that, like, if anybody ever tells you that doing daily uploads does not come at the cost of quality, one of two things. Either, one, they're lying. B, they are a much larger YouTube channel that hires editors. Because I can tell you right now, there is physically not enough time in the day for me to A, think of good ideas for videos, B, script those videos, or, not every video has to be scripted, right? But record the video. If it's like a video that requires research, do that, stuff like that. There's only one way to do daily uploads, and that is if I were to do a bunch of videos like this. Like if I wanted to, right? Here's what I could do. I could record something like this, where I am talking to the camera for however many hours. In this case, how long has this been going for? 2 hours, right? So I have 2 hours worth of leveling footage here. And you'll see some channels do this, and there's a reason I don't do this. Some channels will have leveling in classic part 1, leveling in classic part 2, leveling in classic part 3, etc., etc. You get the point. And it's just they have a million different leveling and whatever videos. And I used to do like multi-part leveling runs, and I stopped doing that. Nowadays, if a run goes on for too long, I will either trim it down and make it one long video, like I did that for what's it called? Like the fresh account leveling run was like 8 hours, but the actual footage was like 10, 12 hours. So I like trimmed out 4 hours of like fluff. Admittedly, there were 2 hours there where I wasn't even talking, and I literally was just watching Netflix because I was like kind of just really, really, really bored because I was like at a really slow part of the leveling. But I still trimmed it out. And in the past, what I might have done is done like a part 1, part 2. I never went past part 2. But I did a few part 1, part 2s. And from a performance standpoint, the part 2 always does worse. So it just feels bad uploading a video that is just going to not perform well, because a lot of people, will just not watch the part 2 if they haven't watched the part 1. And this is another issue with like, kind of the way YouTube structures it, right? Like I can't really make a series. So, if you're watching like a television show and you want to watch like, episode 1, episode 2, well, okay, yeah, you just click on the episode 1 and you watch that, and then you watch episode 2. But like imagine if the way like your Netflix recommendations were structured is, you had never watched Breaking Bad before, and on the front page of Netflix it recommended you like season 5 episode 13 of Breaking Bad, which, if I'm remembering correctly, is Ozymandias, which is like the best episode ever. And that episode is amazing. It is like basically the conclusion of Breaking Bad, and there's like a few episodes afterwards, like the falling action, and stuff like that. But that is like the climax of the entire show. But if you had never seen Breaking Bad and Ozymandias, the episode, just appeared on your recommended, would you watch it? No. And then here's what might happen. Well, you don't watch Breaking Bad season 5, episode 13, so the Netflix algorithm says, well, I guess this guy just doesn't like Breaking Bad. and then just never recommends Breaking Bad to you ever again. And that's kind of how YouTube works, which is once again circling back to what I said earlier about wanting to unlist some of my older, maybe out of date videos, stuff like that. If somebody gets recommended one of my videos out of the blue and it's like an older video that is no longer useful, they might not like it and might click off after like 2 minutes when they realize, wait, this doesn't help me at all. And then the algorithm may decide, well, this person doesn't like Carlton videos, even though it might just be they got a really old video of mine and that kind of ended up making them not have an enjoyable viewing experience, right? So it's one of the reasons, like I said, why I don't like to do part twos, because I feel like in many cases you will get situations like that where somebody will be recommended a part two, and maybe if they had watched part one and then part two, they would have enjoyed watching the speedrun and stuff like that. But because it's a part two, they're not going to click on it, and then maybe they never get recommended the part one. That actually can happen. So it's why I kind of like to do this standalone. So I said before, I don't really know how I'm going to handle like this classic stuff going forward, because I'm probably going to stop at like level 72 or something. I don't really know how much I'm going to do this. But I'm obviously not going to go like super far, because it's almost 11. Drinking some more water. Wait, why is this guy still following me? Eh. All right, well, apparently I get to keep him. Cool. Ah. Is this who I turned in the quest to? Apparently. Wait, but he's still here. How do I get him to go away? I don't think this is supposed to happen. All right. Apparently the Alliance deserter is just going to be following me around from now. Cool. But yeah, so I don't know how long I'm going to keep going, because I would like to get this video out probably by like 5:00 p.m. because it's a Sunday, and if I posted it like really late at night, like 8 p.m. or something, then like a lot of people aren't going to watch it, because they're not going to have enough time to watch a really long video. And there's kind of like this exponential increase, right, where the longer past a certain point I start recording, it's like, well, then let's say like the difference between uploading like a 3-hour video and a 4-hour video is actually more significant than you might imagine. Because like, let's say, this is going to be definitely it's going to be 3 hours, because I'm definitely going to be going for like another hour past this. So I would say like it's the difference between, let's say, like a 4 and 5-hour video, depending on how long this is. At 4 hours, 2 more hours from now, it'll be around like 1 p.m. And a 4-hour video processing on YouTube will probably take me around 2 hours ish. So it'll probably be done processing, etc., around like 3:30, give or take. And you always want to like play on the safe side with it, mind you, because YouTube a lot of times will just run into issues where like it just doesn't process, and then you're sitting there and it's in processing hell for like 5 hours, and you're just like pissed off because you wanted to follow a schedule. I've been screwed over by YouTube so many times with that. But the earlier I get it out, the better, because less of a chance I get screwed over by processing hell. But then I can get like the title and thumbnail or description and stuff all set up, and I can safely have the video up by 5. But if I go for 5 hours, well, then I'm not done by 2. Then it takes YouTube, let's say, another 2 hours to do the video. I can maybe have it out by 5, right? But it's iffy. And also, I know that like around noon to 1-ish, my guildies want to start doing keys. So if I don't get on until like 2, then maybe a lot of them will already have started forming groups and gone without me. And then I'll have to like wait to do keys. So I'm kind of like aiming for around the 4-hour mark with this in terms of like length. Might get closer to 5 hours. We'll see. How I'll do this going forward, I think, is I I just realized I still haven't finished the Zaskarn story. Man, I really have gotten sidetracked a lot this time. I don't even know what distracted me that time. I'm sure I had a good reason to talk about something else. Um, but yeah, I'll finish this. Oh shit, I almost see one of the things I need in Classic is I need like a reminder of like you're about to die. Because in retail, I actually really like how the screen starts to glow red when you're like close to death. Because it's like, oh, uh, what killed the what killed the Alliance deserter? He just kind of fell over dead. All right. Uh, but yeah, a lot of times I get distracted and I'm not paying attention, and suddenly I just die. And it's like, oh shit, and it's not good. Um, so my health dropped really low there, and I almost didn't react in time, but thankfully I did notice. There's a massive glowing egg or something in here. But what was I saying? Right. How I'm going to handle this going forward, I'm not 100% sure. I think this might honestly be I just continue this like on streams in the future, which means I might not continue the warrior leveling. We'll see. Maybe I'll finish it up, like do the last level or two on stream, like in the future, because there's going to be a gap, right? My first stream definitely won't be until like a few weeks in June. I still have a few things that I want to finish up over the next few weeks, a few videos that I want to get out. Maybe I'll stream a little bit earlier than that. I don't know. It kind of depends on how I'm feeling. Because I guess, like, if I'm doing PTR testing, does it really matter? Where's the egg? Is this above me? Or is this below me? I'm probably not meant to go in here just yet. I think I'm supposed to turn in a quest, and then it's going to give me another quest, which will lead me in here. And then I can go and grab that thing, so I'm just going to play it safe for now. But yeah, I think I'll probably do a lot of the warrior leveling, like, on my own. But one thing I plan on doing is I plan on leveling a Death Knight. And originally, when I was going to do a classic leveling video, I was going to be leveling my Death Knight, but the problem is there's a big difference between leveling a character you're already somewhat familiar with and a more powerful spell is already active. Oh, Blessing of Might overwrites Battle Shout. Okay. Yeah, so if I were to like play Death Knight for the first time in Wrath Classic, because I haven't really played it yet, I did like the Death Knight starting zone to get the Frost Brood whatever. And I keep meaning to play Blood DK because like I wanted to play Blood DK, honestly. Like initially when I was thinking of playing Wrath Classic, I was gonna play a Blood DK. But it was kind of funny how I was like, well, Prot Warrior Blood DK is going to be the main thing that everyone plays, right? So most people are probably going to play Blood DK, right? Because it's the new class. So I'll be smart. I'll pick Prot Paladin because, there's probably going to be slightly less Prot Paladins than Blood DKs. And then my experience trying to find a guild as a Prot Paladin has been that almost every guild is looking for a Blood DK, and no guild is looking for a Prot Paladin, and I'm just like, well, fuck me, right? Like, if I had just gone with my original gut instinct and played a Blood DK like I kind of wanted to, I would have been able to find whatever fucking guild I wanted, but hey, I chose Prot Pally, and I don't mind it. Like, I really enjoyed playing Prot Pally in my time in Wrath Classic so far. Like, I talked about that a lot when I first made videos when Wrath Classic came out. Really enjoyed it. But, it was tough to find guilds. I think if I had to guess, one of the main reasons for that, for like a lot of the Prot Pallies, is probably because Ret was also really popular, but Ret ended up being not as good as a lot of people expected. So I think a lot of people went Ret Pally, and then when they realized they couldn't get a raid spot as Ret Pally, they just said, well, I guess I'm playing Prot Pally. And I think that's probably what led to the fact that like every guild already has a Prot Pally, which is a shame because like I'm gonna be honest, I am just so much better than a lot of the other Prot Pallies I see in classic guilds. Like it is kind of one of those things where it's an unfair advantage, right, coming from retail, but a lot of people, a lot of classic, dare I say, classic Andes, right, will try to sit here and say like, oh, classic's so hard. And it's like there is a skill to classic that is different than retail, right? Like it's not 100% like one to one, oh, retail is just harder than classic. Or I mean, anyone who argues that classic is actually harder than retail, I'm sorry, but you're wrong. But it is there is an argument to be made that like certain elements of classic are difficult and aren't necessarily transferable from retail. But I would say, especially as like an experienced raider who knows what they're doing, it's not that hard to figure out, right? And I have like I'm not like the kind of person like I wouldn't say I'm a classic tourist per se. Like I know a lot of people who literally just play classic for the launch and then they will play for like 1 month and not touch it again, and they have no idea what they're doing. I have at least been playing classic semi consistently ever since the start. Like I leveled this warrior up all the way to 60. In the original classic, I did molten core, and then I didn't really touch anything after that. I dabbled in classic post original classic post molten core, but I would say out of all of the classic eras, original classic is the one that I played the least post launch, primarily because finding a guild was really difficult, and I also had like literally no friends to play with. So I've kind of always been playing Classic on my own. It is interesting how a lot of my friend group was really excited for Classic, and I actually had a lot of people in my friend group who were even more excited for Classic than I was. And at this point, I have literally one other friend who still plays Classic. And at this point, he exclusively plays Classic. He actually does like really play it. But I would say, aside from that one friend, I am like the person in my friend group who plays the second most amount of Classic WoW. That is to say, not a lot. They're like I play it every now and then, but this is like the extent of my Classic playing. Like every month or so, or every few months, I'll like reinstall Classic, play for a bit, level one of my alts, do some stuff in endgame. Like a few months ago, I installed Classic and I did like Argent Tourney dailies for like a few weeks, messed around with some of that stuff. Obviously, like tried to pug Ulduar and some Heroic Plus dungeons. Like I'll play around with it, but like I will dabble in Classic like semi often. Whereas like most of my other friends either play it on a release for like a few weeks and then drop it entirely, or like they just don't even play it. Um, which does make it really hard to continue playing, because when I know like so many people who play retail WoW and like literally nobody who plays Classic, and the problem is my friend who plays Classic doesn't play in the same server as I do. And I think he said that like he might be moving servers because like he's in a guild at the moment. And obviously, like I don't blame him, right? Like I don't play Classic nearly enough for him to justify like changing his schedule to like play with me or changing his server or whatnot. Um, but I think he is moving to some server. And like honestly, if I had a guild to run with, um, do I take this? It's probably better than Blessed Signet Ring. Yeah, it's probably better than Blessed Signet Ring. Yeah, I'll take this. Where do I put it? Yeah, there we go. And then I need to kill the moths. Yeah. Like, if I had a consistent group to run with in Classic, like, I probably would play it more often. But the problem is, whenever I do play Classic, I am, like, pugging 100% of the time. Which makes it kind of difficult, because as anyone who has done pugging stuff will know, it is infinitely harder and more time consuming to get anything done in a pug than it is in a consistent group. Because like for instance, I can get like on retail WoW, I can get like 8 plus 20 keys done every week, barely even trying, because my guild has people who do that stuff, right? So if I just say, like, in my guild Discord, like, looking for plus 20 keys, there's 4 other people who also have plus 20 keys who are also looking to fill their vault. So we just group up, we blast a bunch of plus 20 keys, and we're done in, like, a few hours. But if I were to, like, try and pug 8 plus 20 keys over the course of a week, I probably would never get that done. So it's night and day. And the same thing applies for Classic, because it's just, like, finding a consistent, good group and a reasonable amount of time. It's just hard, man. It's really not easy. Um, that's the main reason I don't play it. But I would like to play it more often. It would be nice. I don't even remember how I got onto that topic. I've been rambling a lot. One thing now, I don't remember what I was talking about before. I want to finish talking about Ziskarn because I got only about halfway through that. I think I talked about how the cheese strat worked. I didn't necessarily talk about what the fixes were and the drama surrounding it. So, already talked earlier about Ziskarn, about how, you could cheese it and stuff like that, and how it was really silly. But because it was obviously really broken, 1 second. Yeah, so because it was really broken and, really silly. Oh, there we go. Look. Guilty asking me if I want to do keys. Maybe in a few hours recording something right now on Classic. So, yeah, I probably will only go for another few hours. What I think I'll do, a fun way to like end this is I could try to do the Nexus, because I do have my stuff set up for tanking. And I'd like to try tanking a dungeon, and that would be fun. So I'll finish this Moth quest. I'll go to Koldara. I'll do all the quests until I get the Nexus quests. I'll do the Nexus. Will I even be able to find a group? Honestly, maybe I won't be able to. We'll see. It might be hard to actually find a dungeon group. I didn't even realize because there's no like LFG and stuff like that. And the last time I leveled was like early at the start. There we go. Come on. Yeah, I need to macro start attack into my abilities. I forgot that's still not baseline. And I also should be using Shockwave more often. I keep forgetting that that's actually like really good damage. Yeah, so with Ziskarn, Blizzard made it. So now, Tactical Destruction, the thing that like blows up your raid based on like where the boss is standing, it's no longer based on where he's standing. Actually, fuck this quest. I just realized I only have 1 out of 5 and I've killed all those moths. That's classic questing for you. Sometimes you just kill a million things and you make absolutely zero progress and it just feels bad. But yeah, so Ziskarn. Tactical destruction no longer based on the boss's location. Now it activates based on the average location of all players in the raid. So that way, if the tank drags the boss all the way across the room, it'll still activate on the raid and it'll still blow them all up, right? So avoiding the cheese strat in that regard. And that solves that. That kind of kills the entire cheese strat. And now you have to do the fight properly. But it also adds like a bunch of traps around the room. And of course, it adds a hardened rage to the boss at 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Now, the problem with that is the boss, its entire mechanic is, as the fight goes on, the room fills up with fire. And at around 5 minutes, there's screenshots and recordings and stuff of people doing the fight. And at 5 minutes, the entire room is already covered in fire. Like, it's already completely fucked. In fact, like, as I'm saying this, I even instinctively, checked the Wowhead news channel in my guild Discord to see if there's, any nerfs or something, because they push this change out on a Friday, and it's been the entire weekend. It's completely fucked. The fight is, I don't want to say it's unkillable, but it's, ridiculously difficult. And they just haven't fixed it since pushing it out. It's one of the most egregious decisions I've seen Blizzard make in terms of dungeon balancing. Obviously, cubicle crawls and whatever aside, from a World of Warcraft game design balancing perspective, the fact that, for full context, right? What ended up happening is, I said before that this was technically even used in the World First Kill. But this past Tuesday, the strategy kind of took off. Because I think a lot of people were using it more and more as a way to help them kill the boss. And then it wasn't until Tuesday, I think, when somebody finally posted a video of themselves doing it with like 3 tanks and like 6 healers or something like that, and doing that strategy for a large part of the fight. And that's when that started getting shared around in multiple discords, and it became a very clear case of, oh, this is broken. And then there was an infamous log that happened late night on, I want to say it was late night on Tuesday, of a guild killing Mythic Zaskarn in 14 minutes. Or I guess it took them 14 minutes to kill Zaskarn, and they still killed it. And that was like the length of their kill. And that was like kind of the when the floodgates truly opened. And it went from this was a cheese strat that some people were using to every single guild started rushing to kill Zaskarn as quickly as possible with this cheese strat because they knew that it was going to get nerfed. It was kind of like the moment people saw that you could take 14 minutes to kill the boss and just completely ignore damage. Yeah, obviously. Where do I... Scintillating fragment. Oh. I see. Because like people realize, wait, there's no hardened rage. You can just cheese the fucking shit out of this boss. Okay, we're just going to break this fight in half. So then, like I said, close to 200 guilds, including mine, used this cheese strat to kill the boss. And on Thursday night, which was when my guild was raiding, Blizzard announced that they were going to nerf this. And initially it was unclear when exactly they were going to nerf it, but they gave people at least a 24-hour heads up that this will be nerfed on Friday. But here's the problem with that. Nerfs don't happen on a Friday, or at least they're not supposed to, because why would you push out a pretty sizable change to a mythic boss? Or honestly, it affects all difficulties, right? It's kind of fucked on Heroic too, but at least it's reasonably killable still on Heroic. But they kind of like completely fucked this boss and put it in a position where it needs to be fixed a ton still. In the middle of the week, right before they leave for the weekends, which is probably why they haven't adjusted it. And it gets worse when you know the context. Now, I've been pretty pissed about this, and I'm going to at least give a disclaimer that I understand that decisions made by, the World of Warcraft team are not all down on the shoulders of one individual. However, I firmly believe that if you say stupid shit, you deserve to be called an idiot for saying dumb shit. So with that being said, if you develop a raid boss that is dog shit, and you publicly post on Twitter that you are the World of Warcraft designer that made said raid boss that is dog shit, and publicly brag about the fact that, oh, before the tier comes out, your raid boss is so awesome, it's going to destroy guilds, and the way that this guy worded it, have its fill of nerd tears, or whatever, where it's like, a little bit hyperbolic, sure, okay, whatever. But then, all this to say, I'll stop, kind of talking around it. The developer who made Zaskarn was publicly posting on Twitter about, the fact that he made the boss and it was his first ever raid boss that he ever designed, and he was really excited for it to do well, and he was understandably upset that people cheese the fuck out of it. The problem is, instead of having the normal person response of, well, fuck, I tried to design a raid boss, it was my first ever attempt, and it was honestly an abject failure. And, sure, like, I know a lot of people will say, oh, well, Zaskarn, at least in theory, was a cool boss. Yeah, I don't know. I think in theory, I like the idea of Zaskarn being, there's traps filling the room and stuff like that. But I mean, it's like so many people have like kind of rushed to say that, oh, well, you still did a good job. And it's like, sure. But anybody can sit there and think, what if I had a boss where, you fight him on a bunch of like fiery traps that activate and eventually the room is full of fire and it's like, cool, right? But you need to, like, the designer's job is to make that work within a fight. And kind of the entire problem of Zaskarn as a fight is that it is kind of mechanic soup. Like, sure, it's a cool fight in theory, but anybody can make a fight that's cool in theory. Anybody can make a fight that, like, on paper sounds really neat. It takes a good designer to take that idea and make it into an actual fun fight that people enjoy interacting with. And I'm sorry, but this designer did not do that. Even when I was testing Zaskarn on the PTR, the entire time, I'm like, this boss doesn't really feel that good. It feels really clunky. It feels like there's a lot of cool ideas, but there's just like one too many mechanics, and that really never got solved. Zaskarn kind of launched in a state of just mechanic overload where there's just all this shit going on, and it's just not really fun. And one of the reasons the cheese strap became so prevalent is people don't want to fucking deal with that, right? Like, you're not a good designer for thinking of a bunch of different mechanics and shoving them into a fight where there's just not enough room to deal with said mechanics. And the idea of like bragging on Twitter about the fact that like your boss is going to destroy people and it's going to have its fill of nerd tears. It's like, I mean, I fundamentally think it's kind of a shit way to look at it of like, my boss is going to have nerd tears. Like, I get it as like a hyperbolic statement, but it's just not a great thing to say. Like, I don't want people to be remembering my boss as the boss that destroyed people. I want people remembering my boss as like the boss that people really had fun progressing on, not the boss that, had its fill of nerd tears. So, like, that's maybe like, my own personal opinion, right? Like, I can understand how some people may think, it's whatever that he said that. And yeah, it's whatever that he said that. We're not done with all the shit that this guy said on Twitter, because that's, I think, some of the stuff that I have a problem with. And it's not necessarily the stuff he said on Twitter. It's the stuff that he said on Twitter provides context to his actions, which I think is the big thing. And I think that a lot of people would be viewing this whole situation in a different light had he not opened his mouth. But when he's openly sitting there talking about his baby, he literally called it like his baby raid boss, and how he wanted it to destroy people, and how he was then later on upset when it wasn't the case. And within days of this guy posting on Twitter that he found out about the strategy, he tweeted something to the effect of, cheesing your own raid boss is a weird vibe, which on its own is a pretty innocuous tweet. Because yeah, I would imagine if I designed an encounter and then the intended strat for that encounter, even when my guild did it, was to ignore half of what I designed, I probably wouldn't feel really good. He later on even wrote a tweet saying it feels really garbage because he doesn't like the fact that basically everyone hates his boss, which, like, yeah, I get that. I would probably be upset if I designed a boss and everyone fucking hated it too. But his response to it, and this is one thing where I will set my foot down and I will say, you cannot convince me that the fact that the boss was changed on a Friday is anything other than a large push by this sole developer himself, especially considering he was tweeting about it the whole time. And what makes it worse is his guild, which, I mean, it's public if you want to go find it. I'm also not saying the developer's name, right? But once again, it's public, right? Like, I don't really feel comfortable saying it because there are a lot of people who are harassing the developer, which, like, obviously is not okay. Like, I'm more than comfortable to sit here and say that he did a shit job because he did. And I think the way he has handled this whole situation is beyond unprofessional and just kind of dog shit at your job, really. And I think if you do a shit job, you deserve to be called out for it. But there is a fine line between me talking in vague terms about how this guy did a shit job and some people who are actively hunting him down on different platforms like Twitch and stuff and literally DMing him and saying, you're shit at your job and stuff like that. Obviously, direct harassment like that is not okay. But like I said before, I think if you publicly put yourself out there, like on Twitter, and say all this shit, which we'll get to, you deserve some level of criticism. Just, not harassment. That's just not okay. But this guy, then his guild kills the boss on Thursday night, right around the same time my guild killed it. And then right after his guild kills the boss, he tweets something like, "My boss will have revenge tomorrow, round 2," or something like that. And then the news comes out that the boss is getting nerfed the very following day. And it's like, or not nerfed, buffed, I should say. The boss is getting fixed. And let's be real, call it what you want. It is a buff, right? Like, you can say that, technically it nerfs the boss's health, but it nerfs the boss's health and it makes the mechanics infinitely harder. It is a buff to a boss that a lot of people killed in, like, my guild killed it in 18 pulls, and for like 10 of those pulls, our raid leader was having major internet issues that was causing wipes. So realistically, we killed it way sooner than that. A lot of guilds killed it in like 5 to 10 pulls. And now it is like a 50 plus pull boss because of the buffs. So here are the facts, right? Developer makes it very clear on Twitter for weeks that he designed this boss and he is excited to watch it, destroy people. On its own, whatever. He then expresses frustration at the fact that people are cheesing his boss. He then kills it with his guild using the cheese strat, which he himself admits. And then within an hour of killing it with his guild using the cheese strat, he tweets about the fact that the boss is getting buffed and that the boss will have round 2, which seems like a really bad thing to say when you just nerfed your own boss. So it's like, okay, so are you going to re-clear the raid? Because I can tell you right now, my guild's probably going to extend. We're probably not going to waste our time re-killing a boss that has been made infinitely harder for no reason. Most guilds that killed him are extending. So is he going to extend? Like, the boss is going to get round 2. Okay. Is he going to fight that round 2? Is he going to fight his own boss the way it's meant to be played? Or is he just going to brag on Twitter about how he killed his own boss with the cheese strat and then buffed it so everyone else who has to kill it after his guild has an infinitely harder time? Like, yikes. That's a really bad look. And there is a reason why a lot of people are really pissed off at this guy. And once again, like I said before, I am sure that this decision was not 100% on him. But I think a large part of this was on him. I think if this guy was not in the picture, I'm willing to bet that Blizzard would have done what they normally do and wait until Tuesday or until the weekly reset. Like, maybe they wait until the European weekly reset. I don't know. But it would probably go with the weekly reset for NA on Tuesday, the weekly reset for EU on Wednesday. Because that's how you always do it. You do things in the weekly reset so you don't arbitrarily fuck over a large chunk of the player base. Because, for instance, my guild has 2 raid teams. My raid team is on Wednesday, Thursday, and then there's a weekend raid team. And they're like kind of 2 separate entities. Like, we're in the same guild, right? But it's not like an A team and a B team. It's like 2 very distinct teams, right? And the weekend team is very good. They have a lot of really good players. But now they are fucked. Like, there's no other way to put it. They have to progress a boss that is infinitely harder than the boss that we have already killed. I would say there is a very small chance that they actually manage to kill that boss tomorrow, which means that they're going to have to come back in next week and do it again, while my team is going to be extending our lockout, most likely, and killing Magmorax and then moving on to Neltharion and stuff like that. And now we have Ziskarn loot in our Great Vaults. It is a massive, massive advantage, and it is not fair. It's not a fair advantage. And it's a completely arbitrary one given to us because of, quite frankly, incompetence by the developer. And look, I will be honest. I believe that he was a large reason for pushing this. And if he had never said anything, if it had been known that he designed the boss, but he hadn't tweeted anything, I would have no reason to believe that he actively pushed for it, right? But when you're actively tweeting shit like, my guild just killed the boss with the cheese strat, and then at the same time, can't wait for this boss to stomp people, like, you need to shut the fuck up, right? You need to either listen to the people who are actively telling you that this is a really stupid decision and revert it, or you just need to stop talking. Because holy shit, is it frustrating to read as somebody who knows many people getting screwed over by these changes, for the developer to be actively bragging about the fact that he is buffing this boss when a large chunk of the community is being really fucked over by the fact that he is doing just that. So it's like ridiculously tone deaf and kind of arrogant, considering you have just admitted to cheesing your own boss. I don't know. Really pisses me off. I posted a large rant about that on my Discord server, because I really, really was not happy with that. And like I said, I may have killed the boss, but a lot of my friends haven't, and I know a lot of them are going to be really fucked by this. It's going to effectively completely taint guild rankings in the Hall of Fame. And I mean, at this point, the damage has kind of been done, because like no matter what they do on Tuesday, right? Like our weekend raid team, they already had one raid night, which, you know, they didn't get to Ziskarn, so they haven't felt the impact yet. But they will probably kill Rashok tonight, and then they will get to Ziskarn, and you know, the moment they pull Ziskarn once, the damage will have already been done. Because they are already being forced to learn and progress a different strategy that is infinitely harder than the one that my team did and the one that 200 other guilds did. And that's just not fair. Plain and simple. And even if Blizzard does nerf the boss again and change it, that still means that every team that raided this weekend was unfairly punished because, I'm going to say it, one dev decided he was going to ego trip and buff his boss because he was unhappy that enough people, or that too many people, were killing it in an unfair, in his eyes, way. And I just don't think that's good. I don't think that's a good look for him. I don't think that's a good look for Blizzard, the World of Warcraft team, right? Like, it's not the end of the world, right? Like I said, you know, obviously, this doesn't hold a candle to, like, any of the other Blizzard drama. Like, in the grand scheme of things that have happened this week, like, you know, we had this, but we also had, where is it? We also have this, which, like, I've kind of like intentionally avoided talking about the fact that this exists, but you know, it is what it is, right? Like, I will, all I will say on the topic of the WoW token is I found it hilarious in terms of like just how blatant it was, that they just didn't even try to hide the fact that it was like for greed. Like, you know, like, let's be real here. We all knew that the WoW token was coming to Classic eventually. If you didn't, I don't know what the fuck you were thinking. Because anyone with a brain knew they would eventually add the WoW token to Classic. Now, I think most of us expected that it wouldn't happen until Cata Classic, but like, personally, I thought they would at least wait until Cata Classic, because I thought they were at least going to try to pretend that they cared, and we all know they don't. Like, nobody thought they actually gave a shit about Classic, right? But I figured Blizzard would at least attempt to, like, keep on the mask of, like, you know, oh, we care about the Classic player base, and Classic is a love letter to the WoW community, or blah, 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 blah. And, you know, I also, like, on that note, people who want to boycott it or whatever, like, I'll admit, like, the thought crossed my mind of, should I make a WoW Classic leveling video given the news? Because I was already planning on doing this. Like, I had already planned earlier in the week to, like, level in WoW Classic, and I was going to make, like, a video on it. Like, I was telling my friend that, like, oh, this weekend I'm finally going to, like, play Classic again and level my warrior. And then the token stuff happened, and I was like, should I just not play Classic? But it's, at the end of the day, like, I want to play it, right? Like, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm part of the problem. Maybe, like, a large boycott is what needs to happen to stop shit like this, but I just, Like, I don't care enough about the fact that the token has been added to Classic to say that, what the fuck are these patrols? Holy shit. I'm like trying to kite in this direction so I don't pull these mobs, and they are just like literally tracking my fucking position. Like, come on, man. Come on. Please. Oh my god. What the hell is this? Can you not? Please? Holy fuck. Oh, there's another one coming in. Oh my god. Oh my god, what are these frozen spheres, dude? Can I... Okay, they die in one hit, at least. Uh, execute, execute, and then victory rush. Okay. Yeah, I did not expect that. I was like, okay, I'll just pull this one dragon and then kite it away from those guys. And then they just kept walking in the exact direction that I was kiting towards. Every fucking one of those patrols. Somehow I'm alive. All right. Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, I'm not gonna boycott the game because of that. I still want to play it. You know, it's like maybe I should. Like I said, maybe I'm part of the problem, or whatever. It is what it is. But yeah, I would say in terms of like Blizzard news, that is probably worse. There's also like Overwatch 2. So I don't think I've ever actually talked about this in terms of like my thoughts on Overwatch. I may have like once or twice if somebody asked me on a live stream what I think of Overwatch, I might have answered. I don't play Overwatch a lot. I barely ever play Overwatch. So you might be surprised to hear that I am actually ridiculously pissed off at the fact that Overwatch 2 PvE is canceled. Like, extremely pissed off. I would say I am more mad about that than I am about the WoW token or the Zaskaran shit or anything. That is really fucking bad, and I am really, really, really not happy about it. And I mean, I kind of already was boycotting Overwatch 2 just because of the shit they pulled with, like, the soft release of PvP. Like, I used to every once in a while play Overwatch with my friends, but, like, ever since Overwatch 2 came out, I haven't even installed it. And, like, a few of my friends have asked me if, I was ever going to install Overwatch 2 and, like, play with them again for fun. And I have said very much no. I have no interest in playing Overwatch 2 because of the fact that I don't know, I didn't really think it was going to be like this. I kind of always had like an inkling like of suspicion that they were going to do something like this with Overwatch 2. I at least at the very least I did not buy the shit of the reason we're releasing Overwatch 2 as PvE only is to get it into the hands of the players first. I smelled bullshit a mile away with that. And I knew they were just doing it for money. And what I was kind of already a little bit mad about and pissed off with is I'm like, they're going to delay PvE, right? Like, they probably could have had PvE ready by now, but they're just kicking the can down the road and putting out PvP first because they know that's where they're going to get all their money with like the stupid fucking Overwatch League and all that garbage. And, they're just going to rush that out first. So I was already a little bit salty and I was like, I'm just not going to even play PvP Overwatch out of principle. But I did not expect them to fully cancel PvE in the way that they are. And I have heard I mean, actually, not really many people. Honestly, I've seen Blizzard more trying to sell the argument of, oh, PvE isn't really canceled. It's canceled. Fuck you. Like, I don't really think I've seen many people defending Blizzard on this one, thankfully. But the fact that they're even still trying to argue that didn't actually cancel it, guys. We still have hero missions coming out, standalone archive missions. Oh, the thing that we've already been doing for years. And all that to say, right? Because like my history with Overwatch, right, is I have never really thought Overwatch was a great PvP game. I'm probably going to piss off a lot of people with that. I tried it. I've played ranked PvP Overwatch one season, and I got to plat, and then I quit. And the only reason I even did ranked Overwatch in the first place is because I had a friend who, my friend Max, and, he's probably never going to watch this, but if he does, at least I talk enough shit to him that I think he can take this in stride. Um, I literally only did it because at one point he was kind of like talking shit to me, and he was like, "Oh, the only reason you don't PvP in Overwatch and do ranked is because you know that you wouldn't be able to get a high rank." And like, Max, I love you, buddy, but you were hard stuck silver for like 2 years, and then he was like barely pushing into gold. And like, we had a friend who was like GM ranked and stuff like that, and he would like help me out and give me like tips and stuff like that. And I'd like to think that with most games I'm a pretty fast learner, so obviously nobody figures anything out on their own. But if somebody like sits down and teaches me something, and like I have an expert who can like actually like who I can pick their brain and figure things out, I can learn stuff and adjust to it pretty quickly. So I decided I was going to play, and I know a lot of people are going to fucking hate me for saying this, Brigitte and Moira. And it's Overwatch is one of the only games where I actually played support. I actually really liked playing support in Overwatch. I don't know why specifically Overwatch support appealed to me, but a lot of other games, like I don't really heal in WoW ever. Um, but I found tanking really boring in Overwatch, but I really liked healing because it was like really fast paced and like frenetic. And I liked Brigitte because she had, the shield dash and stuff like that. So I could play like somewhat aggressively, and I could get like picks on DPS and stuff while also healing people. I thought it was fun, even though I know a lot of people really hate when I say that I played Brigitte, and they're like, "Oh, fuck Brigitte mains." It's like, whatever. I played Brigitte more in quick play, and I played Moira mostly when I did ranked mode for a little bit. But I did my like placement games. I placed into high gold, and our grandmaster friends, who is my friend Paul. I guess I could say his name because I've talked about Paul a few times because I played World of Warcraft with him a lot. So Paul was a grandmaster in Overwatch, and he thought it was the funniest thing ever. Like when I finished my placement games and I got my initial first ever placement in ranked was higher in gold than Max had ever managed to push to at that point. Paul thought it was the funniest fucking thing ever because he was always bitching to me about how like, oh my god, Max won't shut up about like ranked Overwatch, this, and that, and like the dude is stuck in gold. Like, come on. But he like, always thought he was better than he was. So the fact that like Max was shit talking me in front of Paul, right? Because we would all the context for that and like why I liked Overwatch PvE is the main thing that I played Overwatch for was archives and like that stuff. So we would like me, Paul, Max, and like some of our other friends, but mostly the three of us. It was usually like us three, and then one of our other friends would join in as like the fourth, and we would like push high scores in like archives and stuff because I really, really, really liked the PvE modes in Overwatch. And it was only available for like part of the year. So most of the time when I played Overwatch, it was either once or twice PvE casually with my friends, or when archives came out, we would like all say, all right, reinstalling Overwatch and then pushing that because I actually thought it was a lot of fun. It was the main thing that I played the game for. We also played a lot of 3v3. I actually really liked the 3v3 mode in Overwatch. We like 3v3 lockout eliminations, which once again, I still don't understand why the fuck Blizzard did this. They had like rotating game modes in arcade. Like 3v3 was the 3v3 and the PvE missions were the only things I enjoyed really in Overwatch. And there were times when I just couldn't play that. So I just didn't play Overwatch. And it was like one of the most bafflingly designed games I've ever seen because I don't think I've ever really played a game before where like the only form of content that I actually enjoy playing just is only temporarily available. It's like, why? If you have this form of content, find a fucking way to make it permanent. Because there are people like me who, if I had the option to just play 3v3 lockout elims like all the time, I would have played a lot more Overwatch. But the fact that sometimes I would open up Overwatch, see that 3v3 was not available that week, and just go, okay, fuck this game then, and just log out. Like, it was just such a baffling decision. They could have gotten me to play way more than I actually did. So I don't know. The way Blizzard has managed that game has just always been horrifically bad, and unfortunately so. At this point, it's 100% dead to me. But Overwatch was a game that I really wanted to like and just never could because primarily the way Blizzard ran it. Um, but yeah, the one time I played PvP, placed into high gold, uh, pushed a few games into plat, and got there after like 2 hours of pushing ranked, and then I just quit forever. And I know he refused to like directly admit it, but I could tell that Max was not happy primarily because he never brought it up again, because he would always ask me why I didn't do PvP. And I think it was always because he had, that mindset of like, oh, you just don't do it because you know you'd be bad at it. And then the moment I pushed into plat and got a higher rank than he ever had after like my placement games made him so upset. And he will never say that to my face, but I know it to be true. And like, I love the guy, but at the same time, with the amount of shit that he talked, God, it felt good. It felt really fucking good. So, yeah. And also, like, obviously, like I said, my friend Paul fucking loved it. He thought it was the funniest thing ever. Um, what do I have to do here? Nexus geological reading? Alright, how do I do that? Is it just one of those things in the ground that I have to collect? But yeah, all that to say, I really, really, really liked Overwatch PvE, and it was kind of like, you know, I always hoped that when it came out, I'd be able to play, because like a lot of times it would be like me, my cousin, Paul, and Max. We would like play together. My cousin wasn't always on, so he wasn't as frequent. Like a lot of times his schedule's kind of busy. But basically, the moment I heard Overwatch was canceled, like I messaged in the group chat with like my cousin and Paul, and I'm like, well, fuck, because we all kind of knew that like when Overwatch 2 PvE finally comes out, like we're all gonna play it together and we're all gonna do that. And it was just kind of that realization of, we all kind of knew it was happening, but then we all had to like finally come to terms with the fact that, yeah, we're never actually gonna get to play that game, huh? And it just really sucks. So I may not seem like the type of person who would be upset that Overwatch 2 PvE is not happening, but believe me when I say I am as pissed as many of you like Overwatch players, if not more, because I'm not even the type of person who like, the fact that's why, imagine my perspective, right, with the excuse that Blizzard gave of, what was it that they said? Something like, we think that players are really enjoying Overwatch 2 PvP so much that to provide you with a better experience, we've decided to cut PvE. And to me, all I want to say is go fuck yourselves, you arrogant fucking sacks of shit. Because I'm not enjoying Overwatch 2 PvP. The only thing I was looking forward to was your fucking PvE mode that you've now canned because you're greedy shitbags. Like, so I hate being told that, oh, we're doing this for you, the player. And it's like, what the fuck do you mean? Because that's not me. I don't fall into that category. It's like, am I not valued, right? I would have paid for Overwatch 2 PvE, but I guess I don't fucking matter, right? Because I'm not wailing out on Overwatch 2 cosmetic skins for PvP. So fuck me, right? Like, the fact that I was really excited for a PvE mode and I played Overwatch 2 archives all the fucking time and stuff like that, but I don't count as an Overwatch player to Blizzard, right? Because they only care about the people who play PvP so much, and that's the reason why they decided to cut content. And it's like, obviously it's a bullshit excuse, but it pisses me off even more that they even think that even in their fucking... I want to say a lot of really bad words right now. In their stupid monkey brains, those people actually think that a good PR response is to say that, oh, we're doing it for the players, for PvE, for development, as if anyone with a brain would not see through that blatantly garbage response and know, why is Blizzard doing XYZ? Well, the answer is probably because it gets them the most money. Because obviously, right? Like, it's not even a question. So, yeah, what do I have to capture? Nexus Drake? Oh, is this the one where I have to spear them? Eldara. Yeah, this is. I have to like harpoon the Drake. Okay. It's like the little flying one. I don't see. Maybe I can't see it because my stupid mount is in the way. And do I have to kill? Yeah, I have to kill that mob. All right. But yeah, it's just such a garbage excuse. Fucking garbage company. Um, I don't know. It really pisses me off. But it's like so on that note, I think it's probably a good time to talk about something else, which I don't know, could actually be like, maybe something that I do with my channel. But on the topic of Blizzard and being a garbage company and being like, a very much like cash grabby company and stuff like that. I just got a ping in Discord, so I was checking to see what that was, but it's not anything super important. Is there any Nexus Drakes around? There's one over there. Yeah, I'll go get that one. So, I recently got into the beta for Blizzard's new mobile game, Arclight Rumble, and I just got in, right? It wasn't like a content creator thing. Like I get like fuck all benefits as like a content creator, right? Which is partially because like I don't network. As I said before, I don't do like all of the content creator things that I should be doing of, making, whatever network basic networking shit, right? Actually, on the topic of networking, real quick detour. I remember one of my college professors who I showed my YouTube channel to, and he like let me do stuff related to my YouTube channel as like part of my thesis project. And he was actually saying that like I should do networking, and he told me like I should go to all these like different gaming conferences and conventions and stuff like that. And I'm just like, I don't really want to. Like, I don't want to like go there and what's the term, like hobnob or whatever, like with all the different developers and try to get my foot in the door or whatever. Like, I want to make good content and then have people watch my content and, you know, I guess respect my content for being good. And if I make good content, that's like all I really care about. Um, but like, I understand why some people really care about it and think it's important. Should I take this? This is probably an upgrade. And oh yeah, there's another daily quest. Cracking the code. What is this? Shimmering Runes, Azure Codex. Or is there another quest that I need to pick up? This is Karastraza. Where do I pick up Karastraza? I don't think I actually can pick that up yet. Or do I have to pick it up? Oh, over there. Let me equip this. It says the quest is over here. I don't really know where. It says Karastraza, because I vaguely remember this quest line. And it says that an NPC named Karastraza should be offering a quest called Karastraza. I think it's just inaccurate, and I need to do one or two more quests to get that to work. It's all over the place. It says it's here, here, all the way over there. I'm just going to do this next quest and then hope that it's going to pop after that. And I'll also do the daily quest again too. But yeah, so all that to say, I got into the beta for Arclight Rumble probably because I like applied to it on Android like really fast. I'm willing to bet I was one of the first people to actually apply to it, because the moment I saw that Blizzard trailer, I like submitted the application, partially because like I was just watching it because it was they did the Arclight Rumble preview. I think it was when they were revealing Dragonflight. So, like, obviously, I was watching that whole presentation anyway. I think it was during the BlizzCon. It's like BlizzCon Online or whatever that thing was called. So yeah, I was like watching that anyway, and the moment I saw it, I submitted my like application or whatever. But also, I don't know, I was like tentatively excited for it, but I had like a decent amount of skepticism. I talked about this actually, I think, in my last classic video, or at least last generic classic run, where I was leveling my warrior up to 70 in TBC Classic, and I was just like rambling and stuff during it. And I think I talked about like my thoughts on Arclight Rumble and stuff like that, and like looking at the trailer and whatnot. And I do think that their marketing for it was really weird, and they kind of were very clearly marketing it towards kids, which, having played the game, I mean, I don't necessarily think it would be bad for kids, but it is surprisingly good, is what I will say, and I will go into more detail. But I really, 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 really like Arclight Rumble. I actually think it is a surprisingly good game based on the fact that I thought it was going to be kind of like a shitty cash grab children's game, partially because of how terrible of a job they did marketing it with, which, I mean, at this point is just kind of a, thing with Blizzard. They seem to just not really understand basics of marketing anymore, which, like, they need to get a lot better at that. But yeah, it's so Arclight Rumble fundamentally, right? It's a, as many people will say, it's a Clash Royale. Some people say it's a Clash Royale ripoff. Some people say it's a Clash Royale clone. Having never played Clash Royale, but having played Clash of Clans, I see the comparison. And I think the worst part about Arclight Rumble by far, or what the hell is wrong with the Drake? If I keep walking, okay, there we go. It's moving. Maybe I would say the worst part, because I don't hate the art style of Arclight Rumble, but I think one of the dumbest decisions or design decisions with the game is the fact that they did choose to just blatantly rip off the Clash of Clans art style. Like, it's not even subtle. And I think that's like one of the more like head scratching decisions, because the game is, like, from what I've seen about Clash Royale, not a direct copy. It is fairly unique. And it is, its own game with like its own individual design decisions, and it's a good game, right? Which is why I almost think they're doing themselves a disservice by just blatantly ripping off Clash of Clans. And it's like the art specifically is what I'm talking about. Like, Blizzard could have very easily done like their own unique art style that is like unique to the game, unique to Arclight Rumble, so that people look at it and they're not like, they don't immediately look at the art style and say, oh, this is ripping off Clash of Clans, because the art is absolutely doing that. And it's like, I don't know, some games do this. Blizzard, I feel, does it more than most, but it's just like why? Just be your own game through and through. But it's almost like they weren't confident enough in the actual gameplay of Arclight Rumble itself to, have it be its own thing. And they felt like, I would imagine this is probably like a Suits decision, right? Like, there is probably some executive who was like, make it look like that Clash of Clans type game, eh? Because that way the little kids will look at it and be like, oh, it's just like that game I played, the other day, or something like that. I don't fucking know, right? I would imagine it has to be a corporate decision, because it's almost so uncanny, the resemblance, that it has to be intentional, but it's just dumb, right? And like I said, I don't hate the art style. Like I said in my last classic video, which at this point was like a year ago, right? Because it's been a while since they announced this game, and I only just got into the beta earlier this week. But I played a lot of Clash of Clans. I've never played Clash Royale. I'm thinking about installing Clash Royale and trying it out just to understand the comparisons people are making to it, because I've seen a lot of discussion surrounding that. So I might try that out. But I played a lot of Clash of Clans, and I liked Clash of Clans. Just to quickly recap on that, what I said before, which, a year ago, so I know a lot of people probably didn't watch that. I played Clash of Clans a lot in like middle school and early high school, and I actually played it a lot with my dad. And initially, I just downloaded it for fun because like one or two of my friends had it. But then I kind of mentioned it to my dad of like, oh, there's this fun game that I've been playing on my phone, and he tried it. And then in the end, my dad actually got more obsessed with Clash of Clans than I was, which is kind of funny how some stuff like that turns out. But my dad got really into Clash of Clans. He ended up getting further than I did. And my dad found the guild called IBMers After Dark or something like that. I forget exactly what it was called, but it was more like, I think it wasn't After Dark. It was like Late Night IBMers or something like that. And my dad worked at the time for IBM, and he thought it was cool when he was like looking for random clans that he found one called IBM, and they all worked in IBM too. I think they worked on like a different part of the country. They were in like Texas, right, and we're on the East Coast. So it wasn't like my dad knew any of them, but he joined this random clan just because he thought it was funny. And then, I only played with my friends a little bit, but I didn't actually have like a clan with them or anything because most of them stopped playing. So I ended up joining my dad's clan of him and like other older IBM employees. And they did like clan wars and stuff where like I remember I'd be like sitting there doing my homework at like 8 p.m. and my dad would like walk into my room and he's like, you gotta go do your clan wars attacks, we only have like 3 hours left and we're like 3 points behind and stuff. And then I would like go in there and like 3-star both of my battles at the last second and then like win the clan war. And it was like fun seeing like all the people like, yeah, Harlden won it at the last second. And like these are like older guys that like my dad's friends with, so it was fun. Like I enjoyed that, especially because like I would research, like as I do right with a lot of games, I would research like these crazy strategies. Like they all just spam dragons. Like that was my dad's go-to strategy. He had a bunch of dragons and he would just like drop his dragons down. He would like buff them up and just rush the like area with the most towers with like 1 or 2 tanks. And he was just hoping that like he could like what are these quests, by the way? Like what is this? Have they no shame? Because I'm pretty sure this is why I can't press postponing the inevitable quickening. Oh, these are the dungeon quests. But where is Karastraza? Right? Because I'm supposed to get the Karastraza quest. So I think I need to finish these. Oh, yeah. It's because I haven't done those. Okay, I'll do that first. But yeah, so they all had like dragon spam strats. And I remember I found a strat that I really liked because I hated the idea of dragon strats, because the problem with a lot of dragon strats is so many people used it. So a lot of people designed their bases specifically to counter dragons. And they would have like all of this force in one area where if you attacked it with dragons, it would just deploy all these traps and like blow you up. And it was kind of all or nothing. Like all or nothing. Your opponent either expected that and you were able to just completely smash their base, or they hard countered dragons and you got completely screwed. So I wanted to find basically a counter to the dragon counter, because I was like trying to out metagame like a lot of the people. So I noticed a lot of these Clan Wars bases, well, because they're all trying to counter dragons so hard, they leave themselves vulnerable to attacks from other flying units that are more like spread out. So I found a strategy called Balloonions, where it was like you had a bunch of minions and then balloons, and you would kind of like use the minions as like a front line to basically scout ahead and soak up the damage. And then you had like these slow moving balloons that would come in behind and just like bomb the crap out of the enemy defenses. And I kind of like learned it. I practiced it a little bit by like raiding random bases. And how do I get up there? What's this? Kill Inquisitor Solrond. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, so I like practiced it and then I used it in the Clan Wars, and I would like just pull off these crazy victories against bases that were like 2 levels higher than mine, because I had this strategy where the bases would be set up to counter dragon strats, and I would use like the counter to the counter of the dragon strat thing, and I would win bases against bases that I had no business winning against because I used strategy. Right. And that's one of the things I loved about Clash of Clans. Like, there was so much like unit diversity. And I really like strategy games, right? Like, I would say outside of MMOs, which obviously is what I play the most, strategy games are the things that I play like the next most. Like I said before, I love playing Total War Warhammer 3. I play that a shit ton. And um like Clash of Clans really scratched that itch for me in terms of like a mobile strategy game, because it was really fun getting to like strategize the attacks on like all of these bases. And I especially liked, every single base was unique. So every single time when we did the clan wars, I would like look through all of the enemy bases and try to like identify their weaknesses and figure out like what is the best base that I can attack to like exploit this particular weakness and like destroy this base. And that was really fun for me. I really liked that. Side tangent, honestly, just wanted to make it clear I really liked Clash of Clans. And as a result, because I, had a soft spot for that game and Arclight Rumble seemed similar, I was like, hey, as long as it's like similar to what Clash of Clans did, I don't really care if it's a ripoff. If it's fun, it's fun, right? It's, like I said with WoW Classic, right? They're doing the WoW token. It sucks. Do I still enjoy playing Wrath Classic? Yeah. So I'm still going to play Wrath Classic, right? I don't give a shit. And that was kind of my mentality for Arclight Rumble. I signed up for the beta and I figured, hey, it's a Blizzard game. I mostly cover Blizzard games, right? So, it's probably something that I should look at regardless. But then maybe it ends up being fun, and maybe it ends up being something that I, can have a little bit of like idle fun playing. But I honestly didn't expect much from it. It really did surprise me. So, what is Arclight Rumble? Uh, I it's kind of like Clash of Clans, and the idea that you have like a lot of different like types of units and stuff like that. But it is very much more focused on player versus endgame PVE, right? There is a PvP mode, and the PvP mode, from what I've heard, is a lot like Clash Royale. I don't really know if Clash Royale has PvE. I know Clash of Clans had like PvE, but one thing is I always wish that Clash of Clans had like cool PvE stuff. I remember they had like some missions kind of like that, but a lot of them felt like very copy pasted. And honestly, I kind of expected the Arclight Rumble missions to kind of be like that, for them to be very copy pasted and honestly not very interesting. And I thought, yeah, I'll have a little bit of fun for it for a while, and then I'll probably get bored and stop playing. Because Clash of Clans, it was like every mission was just kind of like the same generic layout, just with like a little twist, and you kind of solved all of them with the same way, which was just like overwhelming force, right? It wasn't very interesting. Um, and in Arclight Rumble, it's from the developers' mouth themselves, because I joined the Discord, and I've been like kind of watching like the discussions surrounding it, and watching like the developers talk about the game and stuff like that. And they have said that it is still PvE first and PvP second, and the PvP is not good. The PvP is really bad. It is something that right now it is fundamentally broken. I I wouldn't say I found a strategy. It's like I played against other people using a really broken strategy, and I kind of like adapted it. And like I put like little twists on it that I think make it slightly better. But I'm still fundamentally using the same strategy that a lot of other people are. And that is, if you just drop a lot of units directly on top of the enemy base and just kind of zerg them down, you just kind of win. And there's nothing that they can really do to counter it. Um, it's not good. It's really, 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 really imbalanced, and it absolutely needs to be changed before launch. Obviously, it's still beta. There's still many things that can change, but if the game launches with PvE in its current state, I mean, I'm not going to say that the game itself will be a massive flop, because as I've already said, the PvE is fantastic, but a lot of people are very much like PvE only players. And I'm pretty sure that if they see how bad, what is this, 7,500 health, and this is 18,000 health? Yeah, this is better for raw healing. Yeah, if a lot of people see just how bad the PvP in this game is, they probably will just quit immediately. I almost quit PvP entirely after losing to the really broken strategy once or twice. And The only reason I'm even still playing the PvP mode is because, quite unfortunately, it is the most effective way to farm experience. So I'm at a point where, partially because it's beta and some stuff isn't implemented yet, there's a bit of an XP gap in between the second to last mission and the last mission, which I will get to. And because of that, I'm kind of forced to grind experience. I don't really know how much of that will translate into the final game, because right now, I'm going to be honest, the XP grind, not very fun. But I presume that part of that is because a major feature, which is what they called heroic campaigns, which the developers have stated is not yet implemented, that is not finished. So I'm guessing that because a major feature of the game is still not implemented, that's kind of going to bridge the gap, right? So I'm like missing the entire end game, but we'll see. But all that to say, yeah, PvP is not great. I've been using the really cheesy, like, build to kind of just farm wins. There currently are AI opponents up to a certain rating, but you can still get matched into humans if you queue into any. It's just there aren't many playing, obviously, because, still limited amount of people in the beta, and, the amount of people playing within that at any given time, and the amount of people willing to deal with bullshit in PvP is low. But I would say I have a 100% win rate against bots and like a 90% win rate against players. And the bots are actually, surprisingly, no joke. They are really hard to beat, but because they don't know how to deal with this strategy, it's kind of broken. Like, you just kind of zerg the bots down and they don't know how to respond. Players, at least, I have been in 1 or 2 matches where they know how to respond to like my rush strategy, and then they're able to like barely kill me before I zerg them down. But in most cases, like, if I play around them, because like I can, a lot of times when I lose, it's because I misplayed, right? It's kind of like a combo deck in Hearthstone where if I play correctly, it's not really possible to lose. But in this case, right, it's like, it's because it's not turn-based, it's real time. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with this quest, right? Why it's marked there. I guess I just have to go to the Nexus and do these quests, but I don't think I'm supposed to. I'm definitely supposed to have this quest, so I don't know what broke and why. I'm going to try to relog. Maybe that'll fix it. I think I should have this quest. My only guess is that I'm missing some prereq that isn't flagged on Questy or something like that. And that's why I can't. Ah. I got pinged again. Oh, somebody was asking me to craft the yeah, this is my paladin, by the way. I don't know if I showed it. I still have my boost. I've been thinking about using this, but it's like I don't even know what to use it on, because I have one of every character. I might as well show this while I'm at it. Because I have on Maladath. I think this is mostly just reserved names. Oh yeah, this is just my Death Knight. My other character is on Pagel. Right? So this is my druid, which this one actually is named Haraldin. So I have a druid. This is like what I played for most of TBC Classic. And then most of Wrath Classic so far, I've been playing my paladin on Mankrik. And then I have my warrior, right? And I mean, I really only tank. So in terms of like classes that I want at endgame, it's really just the tanks. And I can't boost the Death Knight. So eventually I'll probably move my druid over from what server is that again? Pagel? Yeah. So if I move my druid over from Pagel, and I have my warrior, and I have a paladin, and I have to level a Death Knight anyway, what do I even boost? And I don't really know. So, like, the thing is, it's like I could boost another character like a hunter or something like that, but what am I going to do with the hunter? Like, if I were to play a hunter, right? It's I would actually have more fun leveling it than I would at endgame, because any character that I boost at this point would just be used as like a farm bot at level 80. And quite frankly, I don't play Classic enough to like actually farm stuff in it. Like, I'm still kind of just riding off my remaining gold from TBC Classic. I haven't really done much farming in Wrath outside of like some Argent tourney dailies. So, yeah, I don't know. Um, but anyways, yeah. So all that to say, PvP in Arclight Rumble not good. I wanted to at least get that disclaimer out there. The PvE though is phenomenal. Uh, it is. I've like seen some people reviewing it and like giving up very early on, and then saying it's like, oh, it's very basic and stuff like that. Uh, if you actually sink your teeth into it, it is quite good. It really, 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 really scratches that itch for me in terms of like strategy, like the Clash of Clans stuff that I was discussing earlier. It has a surprising amount of content. There are 75 missions, and every single mission is actually pretty unique, which I was not expecting. Because, like I said before, with the way Clash of Clans handled its PvE, there was a lot of copy pasting and a lot of stuff. Yeah, I give up. I don't know where this quest is. I know there's supposed to be a quest line. I can't find it. Somebody can tell me in the comments. I'm going to look to see if there's groups up for the Nexus. And let's see. How do I group browser? Dungeons. And then, yeah, it would just be... I mean, somebody's looking for Utgard Keep. Oh, but they already have a tank. Yeah, so... I'll just keep checking this, I guess. Am I in the LFG channel? How do I check what channels I'm in? I think it's this. Yeah, I'm not in the LFG channel. Huh. /join LFG. I think this is it? Or is it like /join looking for group? Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the main channels. Why was I not automatically in this channel? I thought it was supposed to be automatic. Huh. I don't know. Okay. Well, I'll leave the random LFG generic channel that I found, and hopefully I can actually see people looking for a Nexus group. And I'll probably, if I'm able to find a group for that, and maybe I'll do Utgard Keep. If I, don't find a group for other stuff, but I do find a group for Utgard Keep, we'll see. But yeah, like I'm not gonna go into too much detail with Arclight Rumble because one thing I will say is I am at this point decently set on the idea that I will probably make videos for it because I am enjoying it that much. There's also a lot of depth to it. It has a ton of strategy. There's 75 missions, each one feels unique. I would say some of the earlier missions are it's not necessarily that they're like boring, but that they are intentionally meant to be more simplistic to like ease you into the game. So, like for instance, one of the first Elwyn Forest missions, which is like the starting zone. You start in Elwyn Forest, and one of those missions is just a basic case of like the boss has stealth, and you have to get close to him so that you can attack him in stealth, and then all he does is like single target attacks to damage you, right? So really easy boss, but it's one of the very first bosses you encounter, so it's not meant to be hard, right? But then you'll get later on, like Hogger is also Hogger is the final boss of the first zone, Elwyn Forest, so pretty simple. And he whatchamacallit, like he has no real special mechanics. But then when you get to Westfall, things get a little bit more interesting. Like the final boss of Westfall is the dreadnought from the Dead Mines, and it bombards you and stuff like that. So I think it's meant to be like Edwin Van Cleef, and he's like the final boss. I don't know. It's still not like super duper interesting. Then you get to like later on, Duskwood is the next zone, and you have missions where you have to like escort a minion up a lane to get it to like disable the boss's shield so you can attack it, or you have to like deal with like the final boss is Abercrombie and Stitches of Duskwood. So Stitches is like this really powerful minion that'll just like swallow your minions and one shot them. So you have to kind of take him down periodically when he spawns, and then push down Abercrombie. Overall, once again, not very hard. They're like early missions. They're simple. Oh no, I'm not supposed to attack this guy, right? Yeah. Um, Definitely not supposed to attack him. I don't have the quest for him yet. Ooh. Hopefully he resets. I'm just gonna drink a potion just to be safe, because I don't really feel like dying and running back. And it starts to get more interesting when you get to whatchamacallit, like Stranglethorn Vale has like a few cool missions. Like the final boss is Baron Revelgaz, and he has Mr. Smite helping him out, and or not Mr. Smite, whatever the Fleetmaster Seahorn, yeah, is the guy. And Fleetmaster Seahorn will like walk around the map and like bombard you with a giant cannon and stuff like that. But it starts to get really interesting when you get to like some of the later zones. I think like around level 40, so like the 40 through 75 missions are the ones that are really creative, in my opinion. That's when they start getting more creative with the mechanics, because and it makes sense why they do this, right? Like I don't think it's necessarily laziness. It's kind of early on, um, you only have access to like a certain amount of units. So there's like, I don't know exactly how many. I think there's like 50 or 60 different units that you can use. You within your own army, you can hold 6 different units, and then you have a leader, right? So the leaders are like Jaina, Grom Hellscream, Baron Rivendare, stuff like that, like iconic characters. And then you have individual units like Warsong Grunts or Bat Rider or like Dwarven Mountaineer, stuff like that, which will all fill a role. And one of the things I like about them is none of them there's no like power creep, really, and every single unit fills a very clear role. And there were a lot of them that I remember looking at and thinking, this is absolute garbage. Why would I run this? And then later on some of the hardest missions, I found like very specific niches where I could fit in this one particular unit, and it worked wonders. And I was like, oh, this one unit that I thought was garbage the entire time is actually a very good specialist unit for this particular situation. So while there may be one or two that are really good at like doing damage or healing your units or stuff, and you use them most of the time, I would say I found a way to um like incorporate most of the different units in this game into like a build and find uses for them. There are very few that I just haven't managed to make use of at all, which that's good for a few reasons. One, it means that the game, while it does have paid components, right? Like you can pay money to unlock different units and to unlock different leaders. It is fundamentally not really pay to win. It is kind of pay to win, right? Because any game that lets you buy stuff that helps you in the game for money is to a certain extent pay to win. But it feels more like a card game in its pay to winness, where you can get by with any of the basic units. Like I used a lot of really basic units that I just happened to get for free for a very long time, and I only started like playing around with the like different stuff as I unlocked it later on in the game. Because at this point I've played it a lot. I've sunk an insane amount of hours into this game despite only getting into the beta the last week, because I've just been enjoying it that much. And because of the fact that every single unit is good, and there's no like, to use a card game term, like there's no pack filler, right? It means that you're never going to be in a position where you just get a unit that is objectively terrible and you just kind of need to make do with it because it's the only thing you have. You can pretty much incorporate most stuff into some sort of strategy. And you're never going to be put in a position where you feel like you need to spend money to get the better units, because obviously there are some S tier units, there's probably some C tier units, but there's no case where one thing is just objectively overpowered and this is the only thing you should use in every scenario, right? So, in that regard, I think it's good. It's not like a gotcha game or anything like that where you're doing like, oh, well, let me just spend a shit ton of money. Like, maybe I'm outing myself a little bit, but I played Genshin Impact a little bit actually, and I was staunchly against the idea of playing Genshin Impact, and I think I've been pretty good about like, I mean, I haven't spent any money on Genshin Impact, right? So I definitely didn't fall into that trap that a lot of my friends have. But I also haven't really played it a ton. I will say, on the topic of Genshin Impact, that is also better than I expected. Um, I heard enough people say that it was at least a good game that I wanted to try it out. But the problem that I had with Genshin Impact, for instance, is it really did feel like it was too, at least at the very early level, too easy. Like I played Genshin Impact for maybe like 40 hours, and I really never felt challenged whatsoever. Like, I think there was like one boss that I remember I had trouble with, and but it felt like unfair. Like, I was just kind of nearly getting one shot, and I'm like, okay, I think I'm not meant to fight this guy. And then I completed some of the main quests in Genshin Impact, and I came back later, and when I was over leveled, the boss just kind of died, and it was really underwhelming. Where I had a little bit of trouble with it earlier, and then just by over leveling it, it just kind of fucking melted. And I say that because you can level up your units in the Warcraft mobile game, Arclight Rumble, right? So there is a certain element of, you can eventually, if you really want to, just out level the mission. There are certain modes that will scale it up to your level for like additional rewards and stuff. But if for whatever reason you really want to do, like, you really can't beat a mission and you really want to just overpower it like that, it's not impossible, right? But I think most games you can do that. What I think matters more is, can you beat the level at its intended level? Can you beat the mission, for better terminology? Can you beat the mission at its intended level? And in pretty much every single case that I found in Arclight Rumble, you can. It's just really hard. But it's not impossible. It's not like oh, this, it feels like it was meant to be impossible, but you can do it. It feels like it was tuned to intentionally be a challenge, but fair, right? And the reason why I think some of the earlier missions like feel a bit more simplistic is because they want to make sure that in the early missions, when you're still going through the early game, unlocking different units, and you don't have access to a lot of different stuff. You have access to maybe like 10 different regular units and like 2 leaders and stuff. If they put a mission in like one of the first few zones where you needed a very specific unit to beat it, well, then it would be unfair, right? Because then if you didn't have that, you'd be screwed. But there are definitely some levels later on where there's like 1 or 2 particular units that counter the boss's mechanic. But I think if you wait until much later on in the like experience to include bosses like that, that's fine. Because by the time I reached those bosses, I had played the game enough to actually unlock like most of the units. So it felt like I had the tools at my disposal to actually deal with those mechanics. So like my usual army would just get thrashed. And then I'm like, okay, this boss is like a really powerful ability. How do I deal with that? Like, let me think of some good examples. Like, so Dustwallow Marsh is like, it's one of the like level 40 to 50 zones, and it has a boss called Goreclaw the Ravenous. And Goreclaw the Ravenous will 2-shot every single unit that you send. Its abilities do 50% percentage based of your unit's health. And my build up until that point, the build that I used for a lot of Arclight Rumble, was I had Grom Hellscream. Grom Hellscream is just a big single target damage dealer. He has a passive effect that gives all of your nearby units Bloodlust, which means they move and attack twice as fast. And I had a lot of like beefy like single target damage dealers, and then a few like AoE support units. So I had like a Taran that has like a charge ability and does really good single target hits and is really tanky. So my entire build basically revolved around get Grom Hellscream up close to the enemy, get a bunch of units right behind him, Grom bloodlusts them all, and they just start putting out ridiculous amounts of damage. Like there was one boss, there's dungeons in this game, and the dungeons are actually really sick. I'll talk about that a little bit more in a bit. But there's a boss in Dire Maul. It's the final boss, like whatever warlord, I forget his name. But the way that you're supposed to beat that boss is there's like Advisor Cho'Gash or whatever. Let me actually, I can check, right? Because it's, if I check in original World of Warcraft, Dire Maul, it's Dire Maul North, right? Yeah, King Gordok. And there's Cho'Rush the Observer. So the way the fight works, it's actually really cool. There is Captain Chrome, there's 3 lanes. In the left lane is Captain Chrome Crush. And in the right lane is, it's one of the other bosses. Not Dire Maul West, Dire Maul East. Yeah, Leftendrus. Leftendrus is in the right lane. And they start off as like mini bosses, but if you beat them to 10% health, they change and they heal to full and fight for you. So the idea is you need to push down those lanes, basically convert the captains to fight for you, and then push into King Gordok. And he has Cho'Rush the Observer like sitting behind him, healing him. So the idea is you need to push down those 2 lanes, and then you need to take out Cho'Rush the Observer, and then rush King Gordok while Cho'Rush is like knocked out, and he'll like slowly heal back up. And with my build, with Grom Hellscream, I just kind of killed King Gordok before Cho'Rush even died. I just ignored Cho'Rush and just out-healed, or out-DPS'd his healing, which I don't think was meant to be possible, but Grom Hellscream, when you build him properly, does so much fucking damage. And I had a build, so the way that like the dungeons work is the dungeons are like a Mythic plus roguelike system, which like both of those words combined just make me fucking rock hard, I'm gonna be honest. And the fact that like the way the dungeons work in that game is so fucking cool. It's like Mythic Plus, where every time you beat the dungeon, it goes up by 1 level, and you can beat a harder version of the dungeon for additional rewards. And that alone, I think, is really nice. I think the fact that they have that like already as a built-in system to basically give the game like longevity and make it so you can keep challenging yourself to harder versions of the fight for rewards, I think it's sick. It's not like Mythic Plus in that there's no like bullshit affixes or anything like that. Every fight is the same. But what they do have is, like I said, it's like a roguelike. Oh, that just died. Oops. So as you defeat bosses, you get like, maybe a better description would be like Torghast powers, but it's like good Torghast powers, right? Like not dog shit. Where at the start of the dungeon, you get offered a choice of 3 different power-ups that'll change your build. And every time you beat a boss, there's 3 bosses in each dungeon. So every time you beat a boss fight, you get another option of 3 powers. So for instance, I had a build with Grom Hellscream where I had a power-up called Gauntlets of Determination. And every time I played Grom Hellscream, he leveled up by 1. So obviously when you level up your units, they gain power. But even within the battle, there are certain effects that will give your units additional levels to increase their power. So every new time I played Grom Hellscream, he would gain an additional level, which increased his stats. So as the fight went on, it's like every match is like 4 minutes or something like that. So over the course of the 4 minutes, I would just keep playing Grom whenever he was available, and then he would just grow in power more and more and more until the end, where he's just doing ridiculous amounts of single target damage, and the boss just cannot heal through it. And I also had a power where it was like every single time you play a Horde mini, like the units are called minis. So every time you play a Horde unit, basically, you summon a free Warsong Grunt at your base, or a Horde Grunt, I forget what the name is exactly. So I was playing a bunch of Horde units, and Grom Hellscream obviously counts as a Horde unit, so just sending out like massive Zerg waves of Grom Hellscream and other units, and just overpowering the boss, and that felt really fun. Right? So that was like my strategy that I built around. And, there's different ways to play it. Like lately, when I've been doing dungeons, I've been playing them with Baron Rivendare, who is an undead leader, And I've been playing a very different strategy where instead of just going like pure single target damage, I'm basically going with like massive waves of like skeletons and stuff. And it's just I build up like this giant pack of skeletons, and then eventually I kind of just like brute force the enemy down like one area with just like all of these different units. And it's weak to AoE, but then I bring like anti-AoE stuff so that I can keep my skeletons alive. And it's like there's, like I said, a lot of different strategies. It's really, really fucking fun. But all that to say, eventually, I started reaching fights that would just kind of hard counter Grom Hellscream and hard counter single target units. And I realized that like I needed a lot of other variations of builds that, you know, Grom could beat, or that I could beat without using Grom, I mean. Because like Goreclaw the Ravenous basically hard counters my exact build, where I'm just using Grom Hellscream to whatchamacallit, to just dumpster units in single target. But Goreclaw the Ravenous, well, he two-shots anything you throw at him. So if I send Grom in there, despite the fact that Grom is relatively tanky and will do a lot of damage over time, if he dies in 2 hits, well, then I'm screwed, right? So then I had to switch to units like you can deploy a crate of angry chickens, which is more of a Hearthstone reference, really, than a World of Warcraft reference. But there's a bunch of different angry chickens, and each one does like a lot of damage, but dies in 1 hit. Well, considering the boss already nearly one-shots units, the fact that they die in 1 hit suddenly isn't a weakness anymore. So that unit ends up being really good against Goreclaw the Ravenous. And like, what are some other maps that like later on you get to, you have to fight Ember Strife, who's like that dragon in Duskwallow Marsh. And over in the hinterlands, Falstad is a boss, and they're flying, which means you can't even attack them with Grom Hellscream and other pure single target units. So at that point, I'm like, okay, well, how the hell do I kill a boss that I can't even attack with my build? So then I had to reconsider, and then there's like spells that you can play. So I thought, well, what if I just go like full Freeze Mage mode from Hearthstone and build a deck that's like just spells? And I just sit here, and whenever I have the mana to spend it, or whenever I have mana to spend, I just drop a spell on top of the boss to deal direct damage to it. And it just kind of worked. So, like, I would die before I could kill the boss, but I noticed I was getting the boss to, like, 25% health, and then I was dying because I would get overrun. So I'm like, okay, well, what if I just play, like, a hybrid build? Like, I have partially direct damage, and then I have a lot of, like, really defensive units, like, basically AoE wave clearers, where their only job is when the enemy is, like, about to push into my base, I drop this unit down, and it just, like, shreds the, like, everything that's attacking it before it dies. So I played, like, really defensively, and I would just, like, I would play other units that would go out and, like, gather resources for me. So my entire build was basically turtling. Whenever I had the spare resources, I would shoot direct damage at the boss, and then I would just turtle. Gather more resources, direct damage at the boss, turtle. And it worked! And I killed Ember Strife and Falstad by using that strategy, and it felt really cool. Because it was like, I had to solve the problem of like, okay, well, I can't attack these guys, how do I kill them? And then there's like, other just really cool fights like, Ramstein the Gorger in the Plaguelands is one of my favorite fights because, it perfectly, first of all, the Stratholme map looks fucking sick. It's so cool. Like, you cannot be a WoW fan and see the way that they've implemented in Stratholme in there and just not be like, oh, that's fucking cool. Because it's in, like, the Clash of Clans art style, right? But it's Stratholme, and it looks like Stratholme, and it just looks fucking cool. I'm going to go to... I feel like going to Tonkalei Village and doing those quests. I don't know why I ran all the way over here just to change my mind and run back, but whatever. And Ramstein the Gorger starts off with like a bunch of abominations. Abomination is like a really expensive undead tank unit, and he starts off with a bunch of them for free. Also a bunch of stone skin gargoyles, which are another like flying siege unit. They will just like, they're really tanky and they'll fly right at your base and try to destroy it. And he'll send out like waves of them to attack you. And once you finally like get to the end of the battle and you've cleared out all of those waves of really powerful abominations, you can finally attack him. But it's like really cool because first of all, it's resembling the actual fight from WoW, where he starts off with like all of those abominations in the courtyard outside of Baron Rivendare's room, and they come at you like a few at a time. But also the way the fight is designed is really neat, because at the start, it's like you start at a massive disadvantage, and there's like waves of these guys coming at you, but they don't regenerate. So it's kind of like you're fighting like a defensive battle for the first half of the mission, trying to like stave off these really powerful unit waves. And then towards the end, if you play smart and like don't overcommit resources and like trade efficiently and stuff like that, and then, you know, capture all of the different like chests and gold mines around the map, and then push down the lane, like usually most of my battles against Ramstein the Gorger will end at like the last 30 seconds, because you have to like wait a really long time to actually be able to push to him. And then at the very end, it's like this mad dash to like race in and kill him before time runs out. So a lot of the fights like that feel really fun. What are some other ones? There's like a few cool just boss designs. Like there's Uklok and Ucha, which are two whatchamacallit, two like gorillas from Ungoro Crater, and one of them has a banana Gatling gun, and when you kill one of the monkeys, so normally it just fires shots at you, but then you kill one of the bosses, and if you kill the banana Gatling gun one last, it'll gain a new attack, which is the Gatling gun, and it just starts like rapid firing bananas at your units when they approach, which is like goofy, but it's like, you know, at least an I'm using mechanic. I like the boss design. It's also kind of like a soft enrage, right? Of after you kill one of them, if you kill it too early, then the boss gets like way more damage, but it is beatable. I usually honestly just let the banana Gatling gun go off, and then I just have like a bunch of Zerg units so it can't shoot it fast enough. Um, it's really hard to do this game justice, I think, without like showing some of the gameplay, because every single time, like I looked up on YouTube, right? What are people actually doing in terms of content for this game? And one of the reasons why I think I might make videos on it is I think a lot of the videos I've seen for this game don't really do it justice. I've seen so many people playing like Elwyn Forest and Westfall and just showing like the basic tutorial missions and being like, yeah, this game's okay. Like, it's kind of boring. Like, all you do is just place down units and then they kill the boss. And it's like, yeah, but then if you get, like, past the tutorial and you get to the actual missions that actually have, like, cool boss mechanics, like, even some of, like, the not hard ones, like, one of the easier missions that I can think of is there's, like one of the Ungoro bosses is like the Crystal Keeper. I forget exactly what it is, but it's like one of the little like Titan constructs in Ungoro, and the entire theming is based on like those little crystal pylons from classic WoW, where like there's the green, blue, and red crystals, and there's like these little crystals scattered around the map where like if your units move over them, either like a friendly unit or an enemy unit, it gets a power up, where it either gets like a damage buff or it like freezes nearby enemy units, or it gets like healing over time effect. Um, there's other like a Dustwallow Marsh boss is kind of similar, where uh, basically summoning stones are kind of like checkpoints, where if you capture a summoning stone, you can like place your units further along down the map. So there's one mission in Dustwallow Marsh where it's called Tabitha. I don't really know if it's rooted in any actual WoW lore, but it's basically like it's themed around like witches, right? It's like the witches of the marsh or whatever. And each of the meeting stones in that map has a witch sitting on top of it that'll give you a different type of buff. It'll either give you an AoE stealth buff or a damage buff or a healing buff or something like that. So controlling one of those stones, like making sure that you control the damage buff stone so that all your units get that buff so they can like push into the boss and damage race it, is like a really cool strategy. Or sometimes if you have a lot of units that are fragile but do a lot of damage when they get up close, you take control of the stealth meeting stone and then you give all your units that buff. And like, man, there's a lot of strategic depth in this game. And one of the things is it's actually fucking hard. Like, there are some missions that are really fucking brutally hard. Like the hardest mission that I had a shit ton of trouble with. What is this? Return Jenny to safety without losing cargo? I have no idea what this quest is telling me to do. I'm just gonna go do the other quests. Um, But yeah, the hardest mission for me, one of the Plague Lands missions, it's a gargoyle, Gish the Unmoving. And the boss starts off, it's like a gargoyle that is just rooted in place at the end of the map. A lot of bosses will, most bosses just kind of sit in place at the end of the map, and then like if you attack them, they have like defensive abilities that they'll use. Like the final boss, for instance, General Dracasath, final boss of the campaign, that is. Um, when you attack him, like he'll stay at the end of the map, but when you attack him, he'll do like a big like slam that causes like a meteor eruption. And it does like heavy AoE and leaves like a lava patch on the ground and stuff like that. But Gish the Unmoving doesn't do anything. He just sits still. He doesn't move whatsoever. Uh, but then when you get him to 50% health, he will uproot, he will insta kill any units that are nearby, and then he will start flying towards your base. And he cannot be stopped, right? He will keep flying. All you can do is like he will turn and attack any units in his path, flying or grounded, and basically kill them in nearly one hit. And when he reaches your base, he kills it in 2 hits, and you lose. And also, at the same time, just because, you know, if a boss that beelines towards your base and kills it from 50% health wasn't hard enough, the moment he transitions into his second phase, he summons 2 necromancers in each lane of the map. And necromancers are like, I would say, one of the stronger units in the game because they will constantly summon skeletons. So if you like plant one in the back of your lane and let it just walk up, it'll just keep summoning more and more skeletons until you kind of get like overwhelmed. And it also does decent damage even with, like with its ranged abilities if it gets close. So necromancers are really good. So basically, you can't even really like zerg him with units because he also summons a shit ton of minions that will kill pretty much whatever you have. So there's also other things that make it hard. Like basically all of the units in his army are very, very strong, like units that I would consider A or S tier in my experience playing so far. So it's just a generally hard mission. But in addition to that, he constantly respawns basically like artillery around his defensive position when he's like rooted in place that just bombards any units you have approaching. And the only 2 meeting stones in the map are directly underneath his artillery units that have full line of sight of it, making it extremely hard to ever hold that position. And on top of that, the only like resources in the map, like I've kind of mentioned it, but there are like chests that you can collect, and there's also like little veins of gold that'll pop up. And as the match goes on, like more golds will appear, and you have to send kobolds. Kobolds are like a gatherer unit that you like have to send out, and they're like really weak, but they are the only thing that can mine gold. There's like 1 or 2 other units like you can manually add. Like kobolds come automatically, like you don't need to add them to your army. Everybody has kobolds, but you can add like a dark iron dwarf miner in one of your 6 unit slots, which will also mine gold, and that like costs twice as much as a kobold, but you can deploy it anywhere in the map. Like a dark iron drill will pop up, and the dark iron guy will hop out and immediately start mining it. And Gish has that unit, right? So the only available resources on the map are also directly underneath his artillery units. So basically, doing anything on the map, you have to suicide your units because it's like nearly impossible to go anywhere. So the way that I had to beat it is like I would send my units out to go and collect the resources, and right as his like guys are about to shoot at me, like the artillery ones, I would drop a blizzard spell on top of them, kill them all off, and then my units would go collect resources, and then the units, his artillery would respawn, kill my guys. He would send a bunch of really strong units to attack my base. I would play like a few defensive guys. And then I would keep chipping away at his health little by little using some like units that you can drop directly on top of him that like do a lot of damage. And eventually I managed to push him into phase 2 at 50% health. And you know, he immediately picks up and starts flying towards your base. And I tried so many different things. And finally, I realized that the Stoneskin Gargoyle is a flying tank. And the Stoneskin Gargoyle normally cannot like tank damage in the air because its all it does is it seeks out enemy buildings or the enemy boss. So for a while, I'm like, oh, well, the gargoyle would be pointless because I can't actually use it as a flying tank because it's not meant to be a tank. It's meant to be a siege unit. You just send it there. It's flying, so ground units can't attack it. And it, I got all 7 already? Huh. Cool. It's normally used to just, you send it at a tower and it just like solos the tower, it like beats the crap out of it, and then like you capture like a forward base or something like that. So I eventually realized, wait, because the boss is one of the few things that the gargoyle attacks, I can actually use it as a tank for the boss. So that's what I did. I picked the gargoyle. And it's like the moment the boss enters phase 2, I have to make sure that I have a lot of resources stockpiled because it's you use golds to, what is this? Number of crates carried. Is it following me? Return Jenny to safety without losing cargo. Will it still follow me if I'm mounted? All right. Yeah, so like your main resource is gold, which is what you spend on units. So I would have to not only phase the boss, oh crap, I need to defend it then. I would not only need to phase the boss, like as cheaply as possible, right? So I would need to like, I would get it to like 55% health. You don't have exact health numbers. So I would have to kind of eyeball it. I'm like, yeah, it looks like it's at like 60% health. And then around that point, I would try to like wait a little bit, get a lot of resources, and then barely push it using like, a cheap unit that I could drop right on top of it. And then the moment it phases to 50%, deploy my gargoyle, tank the boss, and then spend as many resources as I possibly can to just damage the boss and race against time before it breaks through the gargoyle and destroys my base. And meanwhile, obviously, those free necromancers it spawns are like just charging right for me. There's a lot of other units. It's honestly a really unfair boss, and it should probably get nerfed because it took me like 20, 30 tries to beat because it's not easy, right? And if you, like, basically, if you phase him too early, because a lot of times I would be trying to get him to, like I said, 50%, and I would accidentally push him, and then I'd be sitting there with, like, with no resources. I'd have no gold, and I wouldn't be able to deploy my gargoyle until the boss was, like, right on top of my base, and then when I would try to deploy, like, my ranged damage dealers to kill the boss, the necromancers would have already reached my base, and then they would immediately kill off my ranged units, the boss would kill my gargoyle, and then it would kill my base. And I had to basically, like, perfectly plan my resources and manage it, while also, like, making sure the enemy didn't get too much stuff. Oh, it was a fucking nightmare, honestly. But at the same time, it felt really good finally managing to get that done, and I didn't overlevel it. Like, at no point did I grind, well, I've been grinding experience, right, just because, I want to get to the final boss, which is the last thing I'll discuss. But I didn't, like, try to overlevel the boss to beat it. I just sat there and, like, tweaked my strategy until I managed to get it. And when I got the boss, it was like, yeah, no, that makes sense. And then once I got, like, the hang of the strategy, there's, like, a feature called Conquest, where you get gold, which is, like, gold is the paid currency, or it's, like, coins or something like that. So you get, like, coins for beating missions, and then you can beat a mission on different factions to get, like, additional gold. It's, like, you get, like, only 60% of the gold, but you get that multiple times. So let's say, like, the first time I beat a mission, it's with an undead leader. If I go and beat the mission with, like, Grom Hellscream, a horde leader, or Jaina, an alliance leader, then I get, like, more golds, which is, like, once again, the paid currency, and then I can, unlock more stuff, right? So there's an incentive to doing the missions multiple times with, like, multiple different builds. And after I had beaten Gish, the Unyielding, or the Unmoving, or whatever, the first time, and struggled like 20, 30 tries with him, I actually managed to beat him in only like 2 or 3 tries, like the next few times, because now that I understood the strategy and I knew the timing on, like, when I had to properly phase him, it actually wasn't too bad. And I was like, okay, I know what I'm doing. Still really hard, and there were still 1 or 2 times where I would, like, accidentally phase him too early and then I'd get fucked, right? So still not an easy boss. But overall, I mean, it's just, if you can't tell, I really like the game. And it's the nice thing is it isn't pay to win, right? It's like, it is, like I said, a card game. It's pay to see more of the units, pay to like experiment more with different builds. Like in Hearthstone, sometimes if I was playing Hearthstone casually, I wouldn't pay money and I wouldn't buy like a lot of card packs, and I would just get enough to play like the one deck that I was interested in. But if I was like really into Hearthstone, I might like, spend $20 on card packs or something like that because I would want to try out like different builds with different classes and stuff like that. And it's kind of like that. Um, but like I said before, there's no like, well, I mean, I wouldn't say there's no power creep. At the moment, there is no like unit that is blatantly better than one or another. There's some units that are like obviously slightly better just because of like, each one has its own niche. Like for instance, there's a unit called the Fire Rat or the Bat Rider, and the Bat Rider will drop like bombs that do like AoE damage, and it's similar to, there's another unit called the Plague Farmer, and the Plague Farmer throws bombs that also do AoE damage. But whereas the Bat Rider will cause like a pool of fire to appear on the ground that does periodic damage to anyone standing inside of it, the Plague Farmer will apply stacks of poison when it hits. So it's like similar. One is a horde unit, one's an undead unit. The Bat Rider is flying. The Plague Farmer is on a ground unit. So they have some differences. Obviously, Bat Rider is going to be stronger against units that are in melee. Plague Farmer is nice because it synergizes with other units that have like poison effects. And then you have like, there's Blackrock Pyromancer, which will shoot fireballs that do splash damage to anything, including flying units. So while the Blackrock Pyromancer doesn't have like the flaming pools of the Bat Rider or the poison damage after the fact of the Plague Farmer, it can hit flying units, which means I generally tend to go with the Blackrock Pyromancer over the other ones, even though they technically have slightly higher DPS, because the flexibility of the Blackrock Pyromancer to be able to take out aerial units means that I don't need to have a separate unit in my army dedicated to like taking out dragons or something like that. So there's like a lot of strategic like deck building like that. There's a lot of strategic, stuff in how you actually place your units, how you like organize your army. There's a lot. It has a surprising amount of strategic depth for a mobile game, and a game that I think a lot of people, myself included, assumed was just going to be some shitty Blizzard cash grab. So all that to say, Blizzard has done a lot of really dog shit stuff, especially in the past few weeks. But one thing that I can say I was pleasantly surprised on is their new mobile game actually kind of fucking owns. So I would say if you haven't already, I'd recommend like signing up for like the beta access for Arclight Rumble. And even if you don't get in, I would definitely recommend checking it out when it comes out. And I would actually be curious to know if anybody is interested in seeing content of that game, because I have seen, like I said before, I've seen a lot of people post like generic like tutorial footage, and I've seen like very few YouTubers actually show like the end game missions and how like the harder boss fights work. They're actually really cool, I think, and I feel like it's almost criminal to not show that, because it is honestly the coolest part of the game, like the harder PvE boss fights. So if that's the kind of thing you maybe want to see, let me know. Because I've been playing the game a lot, so it'd be cool to make videos on it. I'm supposed to be using a totem to collect this, right? Yeah. See, I'm like zoned out and like half paying attention. Yeah, it's yeah. That's what happens when I just get into the zone and talk about stuff. Anyways. Okay, so I think, do I need to deploy it before I kill the units? Fuck. Let me see if there's any Nexus groups running, because I think I want to start closing this out soon. If there's no Nexus groups running, yeah. I saw, like, while skimming, like, one or two, like, Utgard Keep, but I think a lot of those are, like, for Heroic Plus, so... What's SNR? Heal and DPS, Utgard Keep plus skip. SNR free roll. Man, I'm so behind in my abbreviations. I have no fucking idea what that means. Anyways, okay, so I'm probably not going to be able to find a Nexus group. Maybe if I do like a follow-up to this, what I might do is like running dungeons as a Prot Warrior, or maybe I'll do like a bunch of different dungeons as a Prot Warrior tank to like, show how it is. It would probably be like, an edited version of each one of my dungeon runs while leveling up. If you'd want to see that, let me know. Fuck, I forgot to drop the totem again. What I will end on is it was actually something that I was planning on talking about early, but you know me with like these fucking recording things, I always get sidetracked. But it's a funny story about WoW Classic, or not really, but it's like tangentially related to WoW Classic in a funny way that I think you guys will enjoy. So I will start off by saying, basically we whatchamacallit, we have yeah, where do I start the story? I think the best place to start the story is about like a few months ago, a month or two ago, we had a person in, or a trial in our guilds named Haggles. And Haggles is cool, right? But as a joke, when, like early on in his trial, I think one of the officers jokingly said something to the effect of like, oh yeah, in order to pass your trial, you need to like get enough points in our rating system. So like we have a rating system, and if you do good things, raiders will give you like a +1, and if you do bad things, like if you fuck up a dungeon, you'll get a -1, or if you perform poorly in raid. And then in order to pass your trial, you need to have like a positive amount of points at the end of your trial period, which is complete bullshit, right? Like that's not actually how we do trials. But like one of the officers said that as a joke. And like initially Haggles, like I think for like the first day or so, believed it, and he was like, "Oh shit, I guess I got to get a lot of points." And then I think somebody finally was like, "No, we're just joking." But then one of our DPS players, Deswind, decided he was just going to start giving Haggles points. So he would do like a dungeon with Haggles, and then he would post in Haggles' trial thread on Discord, like, -1 didn't interrupt or something like that. Like, stupid shit like that. -1, +1. So then other people started doing like +1 to Haggles or -1 to Haggles, and it became like a whole thing where whenever like Haggles would say something stupid, we would all like put -1 in his channel, and he'd be like, "Oh fuck, I'm losing points." So like as an example here, yes. Oh yeah, if you're able to get more water though. Oh yeah, I see. Thank you. But yeah, so as his trial went on, we would like give him different points, and eventually it started to get a little bit crazier because the officer who came up with the initial point thing started recording it and started basically tracking Haggles' rating on a graph. So then it became like, a whole thing of like, oh, how are we gonna give Haggles points? And it started getting crazier where it's like, Haggles would lose lose to the top DPS in a key by like 36k. So then one of our warlocks gave Haggles -36 for every 1,000 damage he lost to like the rank 1 DPS in the key by, or something like that. And then like one day, for instance, Milk Supply, who is like one of the druids that I'm sure a lot of people who've watched the clips would be familiar with, gave Haggles like +8 million or something like that. And then I immediately gave Haggles like -8 million for the exact amount to cancel it out. So I'll show I keep forgetting to drop this stupid fucking totem, but I'll show on screen now. You can see there, so I got some images to go along with this story because it's a good story and you need a visual of it. So you can see, initially, there's like a respectable like +1, -1 going on. It dips a little bit. Then it starts going crazy. And then this big line that shoots off the top of the graph, this is when Milk Supply gave him like +8 million. And then it just starts getting crazier. It like dips all the way down here. Someone gave him like -200. And it's like going up and down and stuff like that. So it got crazy. And then everybody started doing like plus something, minus something. And it was this whole thing, right? So I'll turn off that. I have more images that I'm going to show later. But then what ended up happening is after Haggles, he passed his trial, right? Unfortunately, do you have more water? Thank you. I don't need 2 bottles of water. Oh, I mean, I'm almost done recording. Yeah, yeah. Thank you though. I appreciate it. But yeah, so Haggles passed his trial. Unfortunately, the follow up is he had to leave the raid team like a month after passing his trial because he's going to be a dad. Which congrats to Haggles, right? But he basically decided, while he liked the guild and stuff and liked playing WoW, he can't continue, playing because parent and stuff like that. Which obviously, out of all of the reasons to like stop raiding, it is the most understandable reason, I would say. Having to raise a kid, right? So good for Haggles, but it sucks not having him around anymore because obviously it was fun, having him around to joke around with like stuff like this. But because everybody on the raid team was having like so much fun doing like the +1, -1 stuff with like Haggles, the officer who I'm sure he wouldn't mind if I say his name, Morg, who made like the whole joke up in the first place, he actually created a Discord bot from scratch, which the fact that he managed to create his very own Discord bot for an extended joke like this, that basically he called it the -1 bot, and it basically lets people in the guild like rate each other and stuff like that and give rankings and stuff and whatever for dumb shit. To avoid stuff like what happened with Haggles, where eventually people were giving each other plus and minus like millions of points, he capped it at you can only give yourself 10 points, or you can only assign 10 points per day. So you can only give out a total of 10 points. You could give somebody like +5 points and then give somebody else -5 points, but that would total up to your 10 points for a day. So you can either give away or add a total of 10 points. And for instance, to give you an idea of how well, quote unquote, I'm doing in terms of the point game. So for reference, my character in WoW is my monk is named Larice, and my demon hunter is named Lenara. So my name in Discord is Larice/Lenara, and this is the current bottom of the ranking. There is a command that shows the like who has the most points, and Milk Supply he's second lowest, but yeah, someone is firmly in last place, and that's me. And let's just say I have a lot of hot takes. So a lot of times I'll say something like, yeah, Grimrail Depot is the best dungeon ever created, and then like a bunch of people will like -10 me. Or I was talking about like I got most of my points lost. Like I got up to -50 early on, and then I lost about like over 100 points, give or take, within the span of 24 hours, because when patch 10.1 came out, I farmed up to Renown 14 with the Lomnifen to get those boots that got replaced almost instantly, right? So everyone in my guild was already like memeing on me for the fact that I even cared about like farming Lomnifen rep in the first place. And a lot of them were like joking that they were going to enter the raid with like 0 rep with Lomnifen or something like that, because that's how much they didn't care. And then at one point, like I was saying like, oh yeah, I'm going to try to get Renown 14, which I did manage to do, at the cost of like all of my free time that week, which is like the kind of crazy shit I like to do to test stuff. But one of my guildies was like, how is it even possible to get to Renown 14 this week? And I posted like my explanation of how I was doing it. And I was like, well, I've race changed my paladin to human, and I am doing everything in the campaign on my paladin, like from day 1, so that I can reach Renown 10 on my paladin first. And then after I hit Renown 10, I unlock the 100% rep bonus for my entire account. And then only after I've gotten the rep bonus do I start doing all of the one-time rep sources on my demon hunter, after I've also unlocked the Darkmoon Fair buff on Sunday, so I'm gaining 100% increased rep from my Paladin, which I farmed up to Renown 10 first, and then I'm getting the 10% bonus from Darkmoon Fair, and then in order to get my Paladin up to Renown 10 as early as possible, I leveled up 13 different characters. Well, I already had a bunch of characters at level 70, but I leveled up a bunch of additional characters to level 70 so that I can do the sniff and seeking digs on each one of them to get the 250 rep token and mail that over to my Paladin one at a time to get the last bit of rep up to Renown 10. And a lot of people in my guild were like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I got like a string of like -10s and stuff like that. And then like the next day, multiple people came back and were like, I just remembered that you posted this. Here's another -10. So yeah, that's how I got -190 points, among other things. I think, I was talking about how I liked, I thought Jaina was a really fun end boss, and then a few people gave me -10 the other day. So, I am just known in my guild as like the collector of bad takes. And yeah, so I have the lowest amount of points. That's fun, right? But that's not the point of this story. That's just a little side tangent. The point of this story is that let me see what the next thing is. Yeah. So where this gets into WoW Classic related territory, slightly off topic, but you'll see how it connects. A bit like, oh, somebody's looking for a DPS for Nexus. I don't really feel like DPSing. So like, let's say about a month ago, it was like early May. Somebody messaged in the WoW Classic channel, and then when I went to check it, nothing was there. So it was like kind of a ghost ping, basically. And, first time you don't really think much of it, right? Nobody, somebody probably posted in the wrong channel, or, they thought about saying something and then they deleted their message or whatever by the time I had seen it. So I didn't really consider much about, what it meant. That, the WoW Classic channel said it had unread messages, but then when I clicked on it, there was nothing there. So I was like, okay, it's weird, but, you don't think much of it. The next day, same thing. It says there's unread messages in the WoW Classic channel, and there's still nothing there. And this went on for like a few days, and then, I'll show here on Discord. So our Mistweaver / Evoker says, man, who keeps posting and deleting? And he posted this on May 9th, because he also noticed the same thing I did, where why is it that every single day for like, at this point it was like close to a week, there's just a ping in the WoW Classic channel, and then there's nothing there. And Milk Supply is like, maybe it's a bug, but Bruce said, no. And he said he thinks it's Haggles that's doing it just to troll us. So I'll turn off the display and I'll continue. I'm trying to like structure this all in a way where I have like the images to go along with it. And this was his messages were on May 9th, mind you. And this went on constantly for the rest of May. And we like, obviously, as you can probably guess, the end of this story will be that it got resolved, and I figured out what was causing it. But it is now, at the time of recording, it is May 28th, and I only just found out what was doing this yesterday on May 27th. And every single day, I saw this stupid fucking ping in the WoW Classic channel. And, I mean, early on, my thought process was like this. At first, I honestly did think maybe it is a bug, because it's weird that, like, the WoW Classic channel just keeps lighting up. Like, why would anybody do that intentionally? It's just it's a weird troll. And, if they're doing it, like, every now and then, it would be funny. But it got to the point where it just felt excessive. It was like every single day for a month, the WoW Classic channel would light up. And it's like, why the WoW Classic channel specifically? Why not any other channel? And I think around that time, there had also been like, sometimes there's like Discord bots that'll like spam things in every single channel. So I had seen in multiple different Discords, like a Discord bot get hacked, or just someone's Discord account get hacked, and then they would like spam a bunch of things in like in a bunch of channels, and then like an auto mod would like whack their account. So then you would have a bunch of channels highlighted or something. So I kind of initially thought it was that. And then eventually I'm like, okay, it has to be somebody intentionally trolling, because every morning, like clockwork, somewhere between 7 and 10 a.m., and it wasn't consistent, right? That's how I knew it wasn't a bot doing it. Because I remember, it was somewhat consistently around 8 a.m., and then one day I remember looking at my Discord because I was like up early in the morning and it was like 8:30 and I'm like, huh, they didn't do it today. And then like I went and did something else. And when I looked back at Discord around like 10 or so, I saw that there was a ping in the WoW Classic channel. And it was like, God damn it. Like they're still doing it. So I'm trying to figure out like how are they doing it? And I would watch the channel around that time, but I would never see anything. It was always when I wasn't looking. So whoever was doing it was clearly posting something and like instantly deleting it. And I could not, for the life of me, understand what was going on. And I'll quickly finish this quest. And oh shit. Is that gonna attack me? No. All right. We're pretty much at the end of the run here, so I want to finish this quest, and then like I have a lot of different screenshots to go through at the very end here when I reveal what was actually causing it, which is pretty good. And I'll do it after I turn this in, and then it'll be story time, and we'll end the leveling. I got like I would say a decent amount. These are like identical. Oh, this one is more stamina but less crit. Okay, well that's lame. I'm definitely not going to use that. I'll take this. And yeah, so what I'll probably do, let me know if you want to see the follow-up video. It would probably be like tanking leveling dungeons as a Prot Warrior. Because like I said, I don't like to do part 1s, part 2s. So if I do like a separate video, I want it to be like an actual like sequel that kind of is a standalone on its own. So general questing and rambling and whatever, that's like one thing. Doing dungeons would be a completely separate thing because I would actually need to focus. So I think that would be like a sufficiently different thing that I could cover just for fun. So if you want to see that, let me know. Maybe I can record that and upload a video. But at least for right now, I probably won't upload any more WoW Classic stuff for a little bit because I have a few more retail things that I need to cover over the next few weeks. But I might do a bit more WoW Classic stuff when I start streaming again next month. But I am curious to hear what people thought of this video. Obviously, it's a pretty standard video, but if you'd want to see more WoW Classic leveling. But anyways, the conclusion to our story here. So, finally, I was determined, I'm going to find out who's doing this. I'm going to find out what they're doing, right? Because honestly, I thought maybe it is Haggles. Maybe this is Haggles' extended way of messing with us. Because, you know, he didn't leave the guild, right? Haggles left the raid team because he just had to, like, stop actively raiding. But he's still in the guild. He's still messing around. So I thought maybe Bruce was onto something. Maybe it really was Haggles just fucking with us and posting there. So I decided I was going to do a little sting operation. So I set my computer to record the WoW Classic channel from starting at 5 in the morning, and I just let it run. I recorded, you know, many hours of just my computer open on there. And because I didn't want to disturb it, I was just sitting in my bed playing Arclight Rumble for like 4 hours while this recorded. And I enabled notifications on the WoW Classic channel so that whenever somebody would message in there, I would get pinged on my phone. And at 9:55 in the morning, yesterday, I get a ping on my phone, and it says Zarentai plus 10. And, you know, that little popped up, and it took me a second to put together that, oh, that's because it was in the WoW Classic channel. And Zarentai is, he's our balance druid. He flexes resto. So he's the balance druid on our raid team. And he's like, you know, a nice, unassuming guy, right? You know, he's like, you know, the kind of guy like everybody's friends with. You know, not the type of person that you would assume would carry on an extended troll for like an entire month. And the fact that, for the record, the reason I gave the context with the points thing ahead of time is just because that's a fun side thing that's going on in our guild. It's like a fun little thing. At no point did I ever think somebody was doing these posts in the WoW Classic channel for useless point vote manipulation. I expected it to be somebody like trolling, saying something like, haha, is anybody reading this, or something like that. And I thought it would be Haggles or something like that. And I'd be like, ha, I saw it, Haggles. And then I just see +10. And then, of course, by the time I checked, it was deleted. But I had been recording, and oh man, this was better than that feeling of like being 5 years old on Christmas morning and like running downstairs to open your presents. When I went over to my computer and like opened the recording and went through, and I just like the last 3 minutes of the recording before I had time to like get to my computer and like stop it, and just watching in like 0.5 speed, seeing this pop up here. I'll show it. This pop-up, Zarentai +10, giving himself 10 points stealthily in the WoW Classic channel, and he's been doing this every day for the last month, just sneakily giving himself +10 points. Oh, that was such a good feeling. Catching him in the act, manipulating the vote. So, of course, within minutes, I screenshotted that, I edited it, and then I pinged the entire raid team. Or, well, I'll show you the screenshot so you can see here. Here. I posted it, I added Zarentai with the screenshot, -10, and then I pinged all of the raiders with "ladies and gentlemen, we got him," which I was happy with that. I knew it was like the perfect use for it. So yeah, like just totally fucking caught in the act. And let me see what the next screenshot is. Oh yeah. So of course then everybody was like, wait, what the fuck? So a lot of people were like, how the fuck did he get away with this? Somebody brought up the leaderboard for the voting bot. So the thing that I showed you earlier, where I was all the way at the bottom, well, here's the other side of it. The next highest, I didn't know whose people's names wanted to be featured, right? But the next highest is someone in our guild with 47 points, who is just like a generally helpful guy, so a lot of people give him like +10 or something like that. And he's only gotten 47 points, and Zarentai over here is at 171 points. And this screenshot was taken a little bit later, so by the time he actually got caught, I think he was up to like 190 or something. And this is after like a few people had already started giving him -10, but he managed to sneak his way all the way up here and nobody checked the leaderboard. I didn't even know there was a way to check it until this whole fiasco unfolded. So let me see the next one. Oh yeah, somebody brought this up. So he actually did reach 200 at the last second. He managed to get it from today. So you can see over the course of the month of May, his points just little by little, 10 by 10, just bump, bump, bump. I think he missed like a day or two in the middle, or maybe he like gave points to somebody else, so then he couldn't give it to himself. Though I think he went on vacation like a few weeks ago, so maybe that's when he forgot to give himself points. But you can see it's just a steady increase over the course of the entire month. And then, of course, so after I posted this in Discord, obviously a lot of people started giving him -10 because he posted like a Arrested Development gif of like Lucille Bluth saying like, I have no idea what you're talking about. The people started just giving him the -10. Ugmo here, one of our hunters, is like, never has my faith in a person been so wildly shattered. Because like I said, Z is like a really unassuming person. Like you wouldn't think that he'd be engaging in this like vote manipulation. Oh, it's so fucking good. And then last screenshot is just like hours later, because this was early in the morning. So then today at 3 a.m., Milk says once again -10, and then bring him down, and then a bunch of other people just start piling on with -10. And I've already seen, in the time since I've been recording this, he's gotten an additional multiple negative 10s from random people in the guild. So it's just like, honestly, this voting system is like one of the funnest things that has happened in this guild since the time that I've been in it. It's caused like a lot of fun shit to happen in Discord. This has been like the peak of the whole voting shenanigans so far, but it's been great. But anyways, that is it for this video. I had a lot of fun there, a lot of stuff I wanted to talk about. There were a few other like miscellaneous topics that I thought about discussing that, I'll be doing, like I said, live streams next month. So I have plenty of time to talk about random shit. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed watching it. It's I know WoW Classic, but it's kind of the same format as like, all my other retail runs, just rambling about random bullshit for hours. So yeah, if you want to see that dungeon run video that I mentioned, let me know. I have a few other fun videos planned for the next few weeks and a few other like housekeeping retail WoW guides that I need to finish, just because, there's a few things that I wanted to get done. Other stuff for retail WoW is eventually, once I get all my initial stuff done, I'm going to do additional testing for 10.1.5. Obviously, probably a dungeon guide for the new, what's it called? The new mega dungeon and stuff like that. All that fun stuff, the stuff that I usually do. And I also plan on doing a updated catch-up guide for Zaralek Caverns and 10.1.5. That one I'm going to wait until the new patch to do, because I don't want to like make a 10.1 catch-up guide and then have that be once again outdated by 10.1.5. So basically I'll be releasing that shortly after 10.1.5 along with that other stuff. And that should last for at least a good few months. And hopefully won't be completely invalidated by 10.2, but, who knows. Also, real quick, on the WoW Classic side of things, I will be making a Trial of the Champion dungeon guide. So that's like fairly minor. I'm sure not too many people care about that, but I know I made a lot of like WoW Classic dungeon guides early on. So something that I'm probably going to test later tonight, if I'm able to find like pugs for it, is I'm going to test Heroic Plus Plus, which is, I don't know what I'm going to call it, because they're doing like a new version of Heroic Plus, which is currently testable on the PTR. Okay, guild recruitment ad. Yeah, I'll be testing that. I'll probably make like a mini guide for Heroic Plus Plus dungeons, just like I did with the original Heroic Plus, for anyone interested in that. And I will be making a Trial of the Champion guide, or whatever is the dungeon. It's like Trial of the, is it already in here? Yeah, Trial of the Champion is what it is. Yeah, so I'll make a Trial of the Champion guide, because I did one for all of the other dungeons, so only makes sense. And obviously, eventually I'll do this. Probably won't make a raid guide, because I am not knowledgeable enough with the raids, only the dungeons, and I didn't do an Ulduar guide, so at this point, if I skipped Ulduar, it seems pointless to do like a Trial of the Crusader guide. But anyways, that's it. Thanks for watching. I will catch you in the next video. Sure. Okay. Whatever that is. Yeah. Thanks for watching. Peace.